so much more. It's getting clearer all the time. All we see are all these dead straight lines. And show me what's in reality, and I won't compromise between the truth and lies. This is where I make my stand. Please don't take me to your la-la land. It's all about geometry. All we see is horizontally. Show me what's in reality, and I won't compromise between the truth and lies. Show me what's in reality, and I won't compromise between the truth and lies. Reality is all I see. I don't need your fantasy. I've had enough of sophistry. I'll find my own philosophy. Reality is all I see. I don't need your fantasy. I've had enough of sophistry. I'll find my own philosophy, and you can't bend reality into what you think your cog deceives. Something's happening to me. Don't remind me of how things used to be. We don't need no sycophants. Aren't we all just so sick of that?
And we are live. Welcome, everybody. It is Tuesday, Logic Day. But we're going to go and do a little bit something different again today, because we're sort of rounding up our sort of time over here, and I'm thinking it's about time that we've got some new members. We've got people that haven't experienced this sort of stuff, you know, from the beginnings, let's say, of our particular journey here. So I'll take you back to my beginnings, and happened that on Twitter, engagements with people of different sort of things, and eventually ended up discussing with a group of trolls. So I got narrowed into a little group on Twitter, where I decided to study a group of people. Now, those people led me to Discord. They funneled me into a position where I could talk to people. So here we are. This is where we are now. But along that journey was quite a vital part of it, was way back, I think, a formative time when Soundly and Mick West, Jesse Kozlowski, I don't know who was on the Flat Earth side at the time, but these were the guys that I was sort of talking to about different things. And obviously they were making a curve calculator or something about that sort of time. Thought it was a little bit ridiculous, but I found out that Slice Barcane was doing a water level test, a bending water level test, he said, and we had a test sort of similar, and I just wanted to talk to people about it, to discuss these sort of things. Found out that nobody wants to talk about anything, not one little bit. So here we are in a group of people that seem to be able to talk about these things, but a lot of people are aware of how we got here. So the people that do want to talk with us are here in the Discord and listening. The conversation's available to anybody via the Discord. Most of us, me or Emma, or we hang around here all the time, so all of these conversations can happen at any time. But what we're going to go over tonight is a thing with the formulative times, when I think one of the biggest tricks or one of the biggest scams of this whole narrative was being laid down. Now, I consider this, what we're going to watch, Flat Earth Society, because they're giving you an argument, and it seems to have disappeared just recently. Well, not just recently, but it may be spoken of in strange other groups in different places, but not much around here anymore. The geometric argument seems to be I don't know, not spoken of, part of ECV. It's an uncomfortable discussion for certain people, and I'm guessing this is how the paralogism got laid down. So this is Jesse Kozlowski and Soundly, and they're talking about a particular lake. We call it Lake Rakia, but it's Lake Pontchartrain, right? And this is about the same sort of time that they're doing. Mick West is doing his calculator, and he's coming and talking to people like Zanuck and getting help from how to build their calculator up and do all of that sort of stuff. And this is Walter Bislin and Jesse Kozlowski and Soundly and the team of people that go to do a bridge. But we're going to go over the actual video that was made by Soundly and Jesse Kozlowski. So let me get this ready for you guys on Discord. Now, this won't be liked because this is what we call hollowed ground. This is part of canon. I suppose you could call that canon. It's been laid down by these people, and these people are now high priests. They're not around anymore, but they are elevated to priesthood through these things. So you guys can see that in... Hold on, let me just...
Yes, I can.
Okie dokie. There you go. And you guys are all right on YouTube now. Here is the curve. And the full thing, it's quite fun to watch this. So anytime you want us to, if you notice anything, remember this is a few years ago. And this is the laying down of a paralogism for a group of people. Oh.
Okay, I think we are live at the moment. Today we have Jesse Kozlowski. We're going to be going over the drive that he did, collecting a bunch of waypoints across the Lake Pontchartrain Causeway. If you are a new subscriber, which I have a bunch, this channel does
Somewhat of a
a lot of
smirk there
photography
right at the
dealing
beginning.
with, showing
You'll notice that a lot.
Could just be
Yeah.
just be him, but I noticed it right away when he
Yeah.
said a ride that he took.
Yeah, he drove over the bridge in his car. It's
curvature
great.
of the Earth. And I interview people on a regular basis. Today's not really an interview. Today is more of a recap of a project that me and Jesse were involved in. There were some other guys as well, Mike the Globetard and
Mike the
James,
Globetard.
Dandy Pandy.
Dandy
He was
Pandy.
also there, and so we are going to be
What
going over
names?
Jesse's results. So as I have a new
I think that's Jesse in the
corkboard,
background.
and I'm adding items to my corkboard as I interview people, I'll go ahead and consider this an interview, Jesse, and throw your item up there. Beautiful picture of Little Tensas Bayou. Really appreciate that. And Jesse,
Bayou's pretty good.
thanks for joining me, man.
Absolutely. Good to be on your channel, Soundly. Actually, I guess I can call you Lance now.
Yeah, you can.
Notice anything about his room?
His globe.
This globe, and globe. Big curtain globe.
Call me Lance or Sally, either way.
Just Soundly comes natural. That's how I've always known you. So
That's fine.
Do surveyors? Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
Do surveyors typically have globe paraphernalia? It looks like a I don't know what you'd call them in the UK, but curtains. Do you call them curtains?
Yeah.
Shades or
Yeah, that's the curtains.
yeah, that's what it looks like. It's not a wall hanging. It looks like a curtain.
Yeah, we've got one of those, like for the shower curtain.
Yeah, well, maybe it's that. Maybe
Yeah.
he's been confined to the bathroom. I'm not sure.
But there's a lack of anything else.
Yeah,
Right?
yeah,
It's
that's
barren
it.
except for globe.
I'm just wondering if this is a typical decor for a surveyor, land surveyor.
You'd have to ask a surveyor. There's not many of them around here.
Okay.
I figured it's about time we show some of the results.
I'm looking forward to this, man.
It's so collecting the data was easy. The harder part is putting it into a presentation and to a visual form. And I just got an email from Walter Bislin 4 minutes before we went live. And he's really made, I'm going to turn off my phone. It's I've got the YouTube going on the phone. Okay. So he's made a lot of enhancements to his blog, and especially using this data. So I'll be showing that at the end.
Yeah, I've actually been putting off showing people this this new tool.
There's a little eyebrow raise. I don't know whether you saw that from Jesse. When he just said that, and they're talking about Walter Bislin and Walter Bislin's model and how the data, to show the data, is hard to represent it.
Tool that he's provided because you wanted to show it today for the first time.
Yeah.
So I'm really happy to kind of get it out there so that other people can start taking advantage of it, because he did make a general tool which lets people upload their own data. So this is going to be very interesting.
Yeah. So
Yeah, Walter Bislin's uploaded their own tool, so you can upload your own data, drive around in your car and say, "'Tis globe." Walter Bislin, apparently. You might hear about it in a bit.
So I've got a presentation put together. I guess, let's see, do I need to share my screen, or you're already seeing my screen? Let me know.
I see your video, but yeah, you need to share your screen. Yeah.
Okay, let me do that.
And I just as a side note here, I think that we were able to get a good audio setup here. If that's not the case, please let me know in the chat. I will check that out.
Yeah, let us know.
Can everybody see this here? His opening slide. says tutorial on the spatial reference system GPS GNSS operates within, and then it's got a X, Y, Z perpendicular relationship. Earth-centered fixed 3D Cartesian coordinates. That's what struck me. Because I think everybody understands Cartesian coordinates, the X, Y, Z. So that's Jesse's opening.
We had different volume settings. I was loud and you were kind of soft.
Yeah, I think it's good now, but
Right.
I mean, based on looking at it, the feed, it looks good.
Okay. Well, look, I'll get this thing started. It's really the first presentation that I'm calling the GNSS survey of the Lake Pontchartrain Causeway, and there's going to be a bit of a tutorial on the spatial reference system that GPS and GNSS operates within. And I've already done a little bit of this, but I'm going to pare it down and go through some of it again. This whole thing about the ECEF coordinate system, the Earth-centered, Earth-fixed Cartesian coordinate system. So let's do that. Before we get into that, I'll just make mention of what kind of motivates me to stay involved with this whole flat Earth thing.
There we go.
I guess found out about flat Earth in 2015, and then once I was in, looking at some of this, I made a video called "Geodetic Surveyor Straightens Out the Flat Earth," naively thinking, well, that they just obviously hadn't heard of geodesy, and that'll take care of flat Earth. So instantly after that, videos were coming out about geodesy, and geodetic surveying proves the flat Earth. And over here on the left, we see different surveyors claiming that they never compute curvature in their work. And, that's good enough for a flat earther to just say, well, that means the Earth is flat. Well, it really just means that surveyor does not compute curvature in his work. And there's a lot of surveyors who don't. I mean,
You're listening to this. What he's saying, this is the opening statement. Go back.
Yes, he's saying that surveyors don't compute curvature.
Mm-hmm. And there's a lot of surveyors that don't. Okay.
Work. And there's a lot of surveyors who don't. I mean, they just do what's called plane surveying because they just do a short extent of a survey. Or if they are working on long projects, highway projects and other projects, and they're not doing the calculations, that just means someone else is. So I do what I can to try to help people see this and try to understand the differences here. So I'm just waiting for the next flat Earth survey or flat Earth video to come out, and it'll be the globe proves flat Earth. So whatever we bring forward, that ends up being proof of flat Earth.
That is how they do it these days. Yes. Yes. They're busy spending their days explaining why their flat plane looks exactly like a globe every time we measure it and photograph it.
But it couldn't be curved. No.
Mm-mm.
So, yeah.
Plane couldn't be curved. No. That's right, Jesse. Well done. What did you get out of that?
By the way, when he was talking about surveyors, he said that they were measuring something, but other people were calculating.
Calculating it.
So
yeah.
not surveyors.
Yeah. It's a calculation after the fact. Yeah.
Right. Surveyors don't do what he's about to talk about doing.
Exactly. Right. So
That's
you heard that, right?
Yep.
Okie dokie. So Jesse Kozlowski just confirmed that surveyors don't measure any of this stuff. And he said over short distances. Well, Jesse Kozlowski wouldn't ever talk to me about a realizing Euclid test that we have. Because nobody can define what a short distance is and what Jesse's talking about here. It's a good job that you guys heard that though, right? Because nobody else heard it, at least. They'll interpret it differently. So, as far as I'm concerned, what you're about to witness is a wizard. A guy that can be so vague in what he says that people who are swayed to that persuasion can hear him say something completely different than what he actually did say. Good job that you guys are picking up on it. I hope everybody else out there is as well.
So people know that I've tried my best to engage with Chris Van the Tree. Had some live hangouts with him early on, like a year ago, and then I tried again later, especially when I saw this video that he's going to do this flat Earth survey, update 1. I haven't heard anything more about this, but Chris chose not to continue the discussions. I mean, it wasn't meant to be a debate. It was really meant to be a discussion. And the reason I'm bringing up Chris again here is simply that he's still involved in the flat Earth community, as far as I know, and I still think he works as a surveyor. And the point to this is this, that I'm going to make a presentation tonight that may interest him, and it would be interesting to find out what his take is on what I'm going to show tonight.
Has anybody ever heard of this guy, Chris Van Matra, that Jesse's talking about?
Not me.
I have. I've talked to him about the water level test right at the beginning. A sleeping warrior put me onto him, and I had a conversation with him. He was part of FE Core, as was I. Not interested in the test, even though Chris Van Matra said, yeah, it's brilliant. So he's gone. He's not around here anymore. Nobody to talk about these sort of things. Not even Jesse Kozlowski. Nobody can talk about this. It's interesting that
Afternoon, everyone.
the conversation can't be had. Hello, who's that?
Hot mic, Rob.
Oh, that was that Rob. Welcome.
Yeah, I got a horrible mic. Sorry.
Yeah, Chris was one of the old FE crew, yeah. He was a part of the, I don't know, I'd say the setup, right? It sort of legitimised the surveyor chat that Jesse's going to do now. Chris disappeared. Jesse takes over.
He has that level of expertise as someone working in the surveying business, and he uses GPS and made that known in our Hangouts, and he says it works quite well. So he uses it all the time, just like I do. And then further, just to understand that the things that I'm going to show you tonight are exactly what he would do if he could do exactly what I did. And it's simple. You're going to see I just mounted a GPS receiver on my car and drove across the causeway. So there was really nothing special to that.
Yeah. Serious. He's not joking. That's what he's already told you at the beginning. This isn't surveying like you'd think of. This is a guy driving over a bridge with a thing in his car.
So
like everyone else driving.
Yeah.
Like everyone else driving over the bridge with a phone in the car.
Yeah. It's pretty much like that, yeah. A little bit more high tech, but yeah, pretty much. Not what you'd imagine. As like, you know, the surveyors that he said that don't calculate it. They don't measure it, right? And they don't do the calculations either. So somebody else is doing the calculations. That's what he's talking about now.
Collected. So it's a matter of taking a look at this data and seeing what it tells us. And that's the last thing I'll say about this slide, is that we all have our opinions and we can all bring our own ideas about things, but really the proof is in the pudding. It's in the measurements. So I asked Chris to go ahead and do a very...
It's in the measurements. Did you hear that? Isn't that contradictory to what he's just said? The proof is in the measurements.
So surveyors don't measure curvature or whatever, what is linked to globe. So in surveying, there is no proof.
So the proof is in the measurements, but the proof would be that there is no measurement of the curve, like he's just stated.
Yes.
Yeah.
So it would mean that in surveyor work, there is nothing to support globe.
Yeah.
And so it means only in calculations afterwards, but they are not done by surveyors.
But do you think when Jesse just said the proof is in the measurements, that's what people would be imagining he meant?
Yes, it means that these calculations are not the proof.
Yeah. And the measurements, as he said, have no curvature to them. Therefore,
That's
the proof is within the measurements that there is no curvature measured.
Exactly. That's the takeaway. He said himself that they take the measurements and then they add the curve.
Yeah.
So if the proof is in the measurements and the measurements have no curve in them, well,
then that's the proof, right? The proof's that there is no curve.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Jesse. This is what I'm saying. Yeah. This is the art of wizardry, right? He's saying something, but when they hear that, they don't have that reasoning process. There's no logical process to reason all of the facts together that Jesse's just linked. So they hear the proof's in the measurements. Boom. Jesse's got the proof. He does the measurements. He's talking about driving over a bridge with his car. I mean, that's the measurements, isn't it? According to Jesse, or what? I mean, I don't know.
Simple test. I think flat earthers who are looking up to him or looking at him as someone to give credence or credibility to flat earth, just should ask him, what would happen if you did that test? What would happen if you measured 1,000 feet? It wouldn't even take you a half an hour to do it. And the fact is that that all
1,000.
Has anyone seen Brenda and Jesse in the same room together?
I don't know. It might have been on Jose's, but I know what you mean. They do sound familiar, don't they?
They sound very, very alike.
Yes, I would agree.
Just go over this bit again. Right. Let's listen to this
data and seeing what it tells us. And that's the last thing I'll say about this slide, is that we all have our opinions and we can all bring our own ideas about things, but really the proof is in the pudding. It's in the measurements. So I asked Chris to go ahead and do a very simple test. I think flat earthers who are looking up to him or looking at him as someone to give credence or credibility to flat earth, just should ask him, what would happen if you did that test? What would happen if you measured 1,000 feet? It wouldn't even take you a half an hour to do it.
Measured 1,000 feet. Anyone know of any tests that are 1,000 feet-ish?
.300 meters. I mean, didn't you guys do do that?
6. Yeah, we had each of us had a 400 meter water level, and combined together we made 600
overlapped, so 600 meters. So it's like double.
Yeah,
the 1,000 feet.
And yet Jesse won't talk to us about it. Strange, isn't it? I mean, strange that Jesse's disappeared. That he's talking about a test that somebody could do over 1,000 feet. Strange.
Maybe he didn't have numbers.
Yeah.
Perhaps he didn't have numbers or enough numbers.
Maybe it was a different test that he wanted to do.
Yeah.
And the fact is that that all the GPS that he's doing is the same as what I'm going to show tonight. And the reason I'm going into this in some detail is because a lot of flat earthers are looking at what we did here at Lake Pontchartrain.
So can you pause it for a second?
He's a surveyor, right? And why is he so bothered about this group of people? I mean,
that's a good question.
What's he doing? Why is he obsessed about them? He must have said, you know, that word a few times tonight already. It's got it on its. It's got it all over the TV screen and everything. Yeah, I don't know where Chris has gone.
Can you just play? Could you just play that back maybe 10 seconds? Because there was something.
A lot of flat earthers are looking at what we did here at Lake Pontchartrain. So try to understand the importance of this. So there's no hocus pocus to this data. And we'll get into this a little bit more.
You like that? Is that enough?
There's no hocus pocus to this data.
Yeah. No wizardry or anything to the data.
But didn't he say using GPS, and isn't that almost like is it the chicken or the egg?
Yeah, he's talking about using GPS, yeah. And data, which is like electronic data.
Well, I guess we'll have to see what he does here. It's interesting to me.
Right, so
I guess maybe because you can't do it, whatever he's about to do, you can't do it with typical land surveying, because he pointed out that they don't do that, this sort of thing.
yeah, a lot of flat earthers have got their eyes on this apparently. So he's doing this for that particular group of people.
Yes, to attract attention.
Yeah.
Of flat Earth.
Yeah, strange, but
So in a nutshell, the system that GNSS operates in, or is referenced to, is a three-dimensional Cartesian coordinate system. It's a rectangular coordinate system, and any point P can be described as having coordinates X, Y, and Z. And that's how it works. It isn't latitude and longitude. It's not elevations. It's Cartesian coordinates X, Y, and Z. Now,
everyone got that?
Z? Yeah.
Yeah, any point can be given X, Y, or Z. The 3 points. Right, it's a point in three-dimensional space, and it can be given a coordinate in every one of the things, and that is due to a fixed axis of all of the axis, right?
Cartesian,
yeah, like as everybody would understand, Cartesian coordinate system.
Once you have those coordinates, you can do things with them, such as convert them to latitude and longitude and ellipsoid height. Keep in mind, this is a three-dimensional system. So it's not only latitude and longitude, it's latitude, longitude, and ellipsoid height, height above or below the ellipsoid.
Did you hear which way he did that then?
I see, yeah.
No, I'll go back and which way round this?
Well, is because a lot of flat earthers are looking at what we did here at Lake Pontchartrain. So that's how it works. It's a rectangular coordinate system, and any point P can be described as having coordinates X, Y, and Z. And that's how it works. It isn't latitude and longitude. It's not elevations. It's Cartesian coordinates X, Y, and Z.
Right, so that's what you get. That's how you start off with the X, Y, and Z.
Now, once you have those coordinates, you can do things with them, such as convert them to latitude and longitude.
So you convert them to latitude and longitude.
And height.
So you start off with the X, Y, Z Cartesian coordinates. That's where your starting base is. And you can convert them from then.
And look at the begging the question on the screen.
Mm-hmm.
Immediately.
Well, that's what you can convert them to.
Obviously.
Yeah. Interesting that, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Do you notice it's got Z at the top?
Right?
Yeah.
Well, depends on what top is.
He mentioned that there wasn't going to be any wizardry. He just renamed it conversion.
I can't. I didn't hear you.
Con-
I think you're breaking up.
Conversion. Yeah, conversion.
Yeah, you can convert it. You start off with the XYZ and you can convert it to lat and long. Right? So lat and long, according to that model there that he's showing you, again, it's an illusion. Lat and long are perpendicular. But hey, we'd let him carry on.
And
He converted
ellipsoid
it.
height.
Yeah,
Keep in mind, this
wizardry.
is a three-dimensional system. So it's not only latitude and longitude, it's latitude, longitude, and ellipsoid height, height above or below the ellipsoid. But we don't have to do that.
You don't have
We
to
can
do
leave
it.
it right here, and you're going to find out that in the test that we're going to look at, these are the coordinates that we ended up using that reveals the shape of the bridge. So back to this. Customarily,
not
what
gonna
we
do
normally
this,
would
what
do
he's
with
doing
our
here.
survey data is not.
He's not doing this with any of the data he's going to be talking about. Right? Just to be sure.
Leave it in X, Y, and Z Cartesian, but to go ahead and convert it to latitude and longitude and ellipsoid height. And once we do that, and here's the math for that. This was included in the other video I
Not doing
did.
any of this.
Just converting. You can go from latitude, longitude, and ellipsoid height to XYZ, or XYZ to lat, long, and height. And once you do that, you're able to develop elevations. Okay, so you're going to take the heights that are referenced to the ellipsoid.
Everyone see that? Can everyone see that? Are they looking?
Yep.
What do you see? Say what you see.
I don't know. I see a bunch of curved lines.
Yeah.
And a straight horizontal. And then some vertical curved line.
It's got a bendy plumb line.
Oh, is that what that is? The bendy, the vertical curved line?
This one here. It's got an arrow.
Oh, it's
to it.
labeled
It says
plumb line.
plumb
I didn't even notice that.
So this is a plumb line, right? Everybody knows a vertical is
curvy plumb line.
A bendy, like you can remember Rumpus and his pole at Bedford.
Just look at that, man. Look at that plumb line.
Mm-hmm.
Anybody, just look at that. Wow.
And then you've got this distance here. He's got marked there. The geoid and the ellipsoid, but it looks like it does change, doesn't it? This one's on the bigger slope than this one. So that this arrow here could be at many different sizes, right? And so he's got this one here that's marked ellipsoid, which is a straight line, because it's got a perpendicular on it here. And then he's got all of these perpendiculars to these other curved lines here, right angles, right? This is a surveyor, right? This is Jesse Kozlowski, the proposed globe surveyor, right? And then he's got this one here, this right angle here, and this right angle. Wow. So this one and this one are touching, right? And then this distance here is the ellipsoid height. And then this is the surface.
It's unbelievable.
That's fantastic.
And look, Soundly's riveted by this.
All the right angle, all the right angles, not right angles to curved lines with a curved line. Curved to curve right angles that are not right angles.
And see this, whatever. What is that? The zero thing. As a Greek letter.
It is a Greek letter.
Is it? What is it, Essie? Can you see that? The one that he's using.
Which one?
Says,
point to it.
It's like the zero with a line through it. It's like
I think that's a theta.
Theta.
Yeah.
Right, okay. So he's got theta equals deflection of the vertical at PA 01.
Deflection
Here.
of what vertical? The plumb line?
Yeah, there.
What's the vertical? What?
Right. And then it's got
The
theta,
curvicle.
theta, and the little doodah, which is normally the knot.
Theta prime.
Or theta prime is the deflection of the vertical on the geoid, and that's over here.
Theta prime.
Yeah.
Wow.
So that angle there, right?
Fantastic.
Equipotential angle of adjustment, theta, deflection of the vertical. Jesse Kozlowski started it way before, right? Because that's a vertical, and this one's supposedly a plumb line, a vertical. So there's a deflection of the vertical measured there, right on screen. Jesse Kozlowski, boom. That's the angle that you want to be measuring. Why has nobody mentioned this before? Nobody's ever looked at it, have they?
A curved plumb line.
That's phenomenal.
My God, man. My God.
Equipotential surfaces.
Yeah, it's
Look at them! Look at them all! Woo, look at this equipotential surface over here.
They got curves and humps and drops, and my God, and 90s on them somehow. With the with the vertical.
You need to get Rumpus. You need to get Rumpus and his pole here at the bottom.
Look at the. Just look at the 90. Look at the 90 that's right in the middle of the screen. That's
the one I was saying. Yeah, yeah.
Let's see. You can't. He couldn't even make a 90 out of it. It's freaking hysterical.
Look at that.
It's not. Yeah,
Wow.
the line is not.
He couldn't even.
Oh man.
Oh, it's so good.
But the important thing is the deflection of the vertical here, the
Right.
equipotential angle of adjustment, as mentioned by Jesse Kozlowski all of that time ago.
It has to though, right? Because
Yeah.
tis globe.
Tis
We
globe.
started out
Yeah.
at the beginning.
Yeah, look at all of this. This is a vertical, and this bendy one's a vertical, and this one's a vertical. Look at that arrangement there. That's fantastic.
Nothing beats the plumb line. I don't care what you guys say.
All
We're
right,
going to
cool,
apply a
let's go.
geoid model to arrive at elevations, and that is what we normally would be doing in day-to-day survey work. And it would look like this after you've converted to latitude and
Wait a
longitude.
minute. Wait a
We're going to
second.
planarize.
Can you go back about 15 seconds? Did he say that's what we would be doing in day-to-day work?
Yeah.
Because I thought surveyors didn't do this shit.
He's trying. Well,
What's he
he's
talking
saying
about?
that he doesn't do it. Okay.
Elevations, and that is what we normally would be doing in day-to-day survey work.
That... Go over it again. Here we
Apply
go.
a geoid
Oh
model
yeah.
to arrive at elevations, and that is what we normally would be doing in.
He would apply the geoid model to come to elevations after applying this model, right? And that's what they do every day, day to day, sort
Every
of
day.
surveying. Yeah. Like not
Then he
the
says
not
that they
the
don't do that
not
every
the
day.
not the planar surveyors. No.
Oh,
They don't.
oh,
No, this is a
okay,
special,
all right.
special type of surveying. This is
When
right.
he
This is
said we-
wizards. Yeah. He's talking about him being the special type of surveyor, right?
I see.
He's giving everybody the impression that this is surveying and this is the high order globe surveying,
Globe
blue
surveying.
marble surveying. Yeah.
Globe survey. That's
Nice.
kind of like the Globe snipers. Shout out to Owen Benjamin and,
Yeah.
and those guys over. Yeah, Globe sniper. So there's Globe surveyor.
Globe survey, yeah, that's what definitely
yeah.
what
Okay,
Jesse's.
good.
He's going to
Lovely.
explain it all to you now, right? You apply this in
Fantastic.
everyday life,
In
Wonderful.
day-to-day survey work,
day-to-day survey.
and it would look like this after you've converted.
I don't know if anybody's aware of a developable surface and a non-developable surface, and the reason that one of them's called a non-developable surface.
You may want to cover that. I don't know if you want to cover it now, but
Well,
you may
yeah,
want
basically
to cover
a sphere is a non-developable surface, and that means you cannot express a non-developable surface on a plane without distortion. Right? You can't do it. it's a well-known mathematical fact. I think it was actually Descartes that worked that one out, or maybe no, maybe not Descartes. I'll have to think of that. But watch this. I'll go back 10 seconds.
And that is what we normally would be doing in day-to-day survey work. And it would look like this after you've converted to latitude and longitude. You're going to planarize that, because ideally you want to be working in a very simple system, simple trig, simple geometry.
Right. So what you've done is you've done your surveying, right? You've converted it into lat and long, right? And then you planarize it. So now it looks like a plane. Just like surveyors of old, right? Except
like
the surveyors of old didn't have to go through a really weird process of pretending what you've ended up with isn't what you started off with.
They just assumed that they created a plane when they created the plane.
Well, Jesse made it a plane to start off with, right? It wasn't already that to start off with, but Jesse's done that through clever technical stuff that he did on the computer. I don't know how they used to do it in the olden days. That's what I'm saying. Wizardry. Literal wizardry.
X, Y coordinates. And, nobody really works with latitudes and longitudes when they're doing house stakeouts or construction stakeout or property surveys. We're generally planarizing a small portion of the Earth, which could be a whole state or a county or even a little neighborhood.
Did you hear that?
Planarizing?
Yeah, nobody works with that long, right? For small projects. And how long? What's the smallest? Go on, tell us again, Jesse.
Planarizing a small portion of the Earth, which could be a whole state or a county.
A whole state.
Small portion.
Now understand this, for those of you that are in smaller countries, right? This guy's in the United States.
Mm-hmm.
Our states, by and large, are pretty effing big. I live in the state of Texas. It's a big freaking state.
Mm-hmm.
It has more population than all of Canada, by the way.
So,
yeah.
So just small scale, like just like a state.
Just planarize it, right?
Sure.
They'll do that because nobody actually uses the Latin long and all of that shit that he just went on about. That he converted it to one and then he's converted it back to make it a plane. And now, hey, well, nobody actually uses that bit that I was talking about converting it all to.
Never mind that stuff. Yeah, don't worry about that.
Forget about it. Let's say they planarize a entire state.
Yeah, the idea that that he wouldn't say, well, not like for a job site. I mean, you could almost see it like for a job. Okay, we're not going to worry about that for a job site, but to say a neighborhood or a state.
Yeah, well,
my gosh,
listen to the way he says it, right? Listen to it.
Out or property surveys. We're generally planarizing a small portion of the Earth, which could be a whole state or a county. Or even a little neighborhood. So what?
Or even a little neighborhood, right? So he ends off with the little neighborhood, like for your little, your project that you're doing. It'll be on a plane, right? But then bigger than that, well, yeah, your county's on a plane, yeah, all right, and your state, the whole plane, right? And then what about the next state over?
Yeah,
that's a plane. That's a plane as well. Yeah.
What about the ones around that? Yep, that is as
well. They're all planes. Yeah.
Yeah, let's just be straight. They're all planes.
But Jesse's got the nerve to tell him, right? Nobody's aware of this sort of shit. The reasoning process that goes on, just bypasses everybody. But Jesse's getting away with saying it.
Oh my gosh!
Would he be allowed to say this nowadays? Or what? Would people call him on it? Because this is just a general surveying sort of thing. All surveyors would say the same sort of thing as he is.
You know what's funny? All those planes, right, that are next to each other, somehow they make a sphere.
Mm. Well, that's the difference between a
Imagine that.
developable surface and a non-developable surface. Yeah, I bet your state maps are pretty accurate. Again, we're not flat earthers. We're just dealing with reality, and Jesse's talking about reality. Now, who's going to imagine what from what side? It depends on what you're listening to it and what your personal opinions are, what you think's going on. That will sway you to what you're thinking about. Well, I'm just coming from reality and saying, yeah, it's a plane. All of the surveying is done on a plane. Local surveyors are locally plane surveyors. And Jesse's telling you now that plane coordinate systems will be an entire state. He said could be, but it is. Every state has a plane coordinate system. That's how you can have maps. Simple.
You're going to end up with their XY coordinates.
XY.
And we can make use of these types of geometric arrangements, either using an intersecting cone or cylinder to develop these northing, eastings, or YX coordinates.
What? He's got X and Y already. He's got a plane. What's going on?
Well, we must convert them, obviously.
Why? He's already got them. Why can we
it's
make
globe.
use of all of these shapes? Look at him. Little dunce hat. He's got a little tilty hat. I don't know. Looks like a spirit level.
If you can't convert them, then it can be his globe.
But what,
they would show plane.
What do you see there? What do you see on screen?
I see a circle.
Yeah, a tangent plane.
Mm-hmm.
And a cone, and an intersecting cone. And a cylinder. It's just geometric things. He's just talked about getting a plane, and now he's talking about geometric shapes. For what purpose? Who knows? Are you going to magically think that Jesse Kozlowski's doing something with them? Or are you going to see this just as a visual magic trick?
Yeah, but look, he thinks he can draw a triangle on a circle and call that a plane.
It doesn't. It's just the apex of a cone and the axis of a cone and ellipsoid. And the line
and what's
of
on the bottom of it?
Ellipsoid.
What's that circle? What is it? Line of what? It's hard to see on the phone.
2 parallel Lambert. It's like a fancy geometry move.
No, the 2 lines in the middle there. It says line of what? Or he has like
line of intersection.
Yeah, there. Okay.
Yeah, notice he doesn't call it a circle.
Mm-hmm.
It's just a line of intersection. But yeah, I mean, what's he talking about? You want to?
Yeah, it's meaningless. What is it?
Or cylinder to develop these northing, eastings, or YX coordinates.
You can use these shapes to develop YX coordinates, a grid reference.
What?
Yeah, that's what he said. Yeah, Soundly's well interested.
And that's what the United States state plane system is built on, and also the worldwide system used, which is called Universal Transverse Mercator, UTM, and certainly all the countries in the world have their own localized projections for their countries.
Yeah, we have from Newlyn in the UK, we have a reference datum. That's all I know of the UK, but apparently Jesse says they have that statewide, and same thing.
So here's an example just showing you this data that was collected on the causeway. This is in Louisiana, South Zone, state plane coordinates on the North American datum of 1983.
State plane coordinates.
Adjustment 2011. And
State plane
here we
coordinates,
have
so that would
the
be
northing
plane
and eastings,
coordinates.
and here are the elevations.
Yeah, the state plane coordinates. Yep.
Plane coordinates.
So reference to a plane. Yep.
Mm.
Okay.
And you're going to find out that this causeway is very level. They built the thing to be level.
Very level, right?
Imagine that.
Right, okay, so what we've got so far is we're reference to a plane coordinate system, state plane coordinate system, and the bridge is very level. Remember these things. We're going to use a little bit of logical reasoning along
Except
with Jesse.
for the marine spans and the humps where, you know, boats go underneath of. Otherwise, this thing is level. You're going to see that.
Apart from where humps where the boats go under.
Here's an output of a comma delimited file just from Excel with the point ID, northing, easting, and the elevations, and just a description of the road surface.
Elevations.
And you can see these points are approximately collected about every 10 meters or so.
10 meters.
And you can see how level they are. And this is in meters. So we would take these types, you know, normally what we would normally do in surveying is to take these coordinates and put them on a map.
Mm-hmm.
Here's a USGS 7.5 minute topographic quadrangle map. Here's Mandeville.
Quadrangle.
And the coordinates on the side are latitude and longitude, but also UTM and also Louisiana state plane coordinates. They are here too. And what I've done here is just taken that topographic map into my global mapper program and plotted
state plane coordinates on a map like you would normally see and imagine on a map that you're using plane coordinates for the state, all to scale. And he's going to plot the points on there of what he's just said is very level. Very.
The points collected as northing easting values on this map. So
northing and eastings, if you're interested, they are perpendicular lines, right? The north, south, and east and west, they are perpendicular. That's what he's referencing it to, his coordinates. That's on the horizontal coordinates.
So that's your, you know, normal use of GPS and surveying is to create a map for some purpose, whether it's for design, for engineering design, or a property survey or something like that. This is how we would normally proceed. And here's another map of the same area, and this one is in UTM coordinates. So that is the normal way of doing business day to day as a surveyor. What we're going to do here is not planarize these, but leave them as X, Y, Z coordinates.
X, Y, Z, the Cartesian coordinates. Yeah.
Why are we not gonna planarize that? Well, they were already planarized, but that's not good enough. So apparently,
no. Wait. See, they come in as the X, Y, Z Cartesian coordinate things, right? Which are obviously referenced to the X, Y plane with the Z as being the vertical. Yeah.
Correct. Yeah.
Okay, so that's your Cartesian coordinate system, right? Now, he's just told you that he's not going to planarize them. And why is that? Anyone?
What he's talking about. Original measurements were planarized already.
Yes.
So if he's saying that he's not going to planarize them, it may mean only two things: that he's keeping original measurements and not converting them to anything else, or he is replanarizing them. So he is starting new process of globalization of something, and he is saying that he is going back to original, which is not.
Well, he did say right at the beginning that he's not going to do the process that he talked about, right? Bit of a magic trick, or maybe, who knows, a slight diversion. But he said what you could do is to make it into the lat long, convert it into the lat long. But then he went on to say that nobody ever does that, and they all planarize it on the state plane coordinate system, right? Because nobody ever bothers using the lat long. So he's gone back to his original data that he hasn't converted to lat long or anything. And then he's saying he's not going to planarize it. But it is just the X, Y, Z Cartesian coordinates that he started off with. So I would hazard a guess that he doesn't need to planarize them because they're already the actual coordinates that he's going to be using. The real things.
But for him, it is not original.
But it is got the X and the Y, so there's already a plane within the Cartesian coordinate system.
Yes, they are, but they are distorted because surveyors didn't account for something else. So now he is will do that to bring them to original state.
I think it's just a blatant magic trick. He's not going to planarize it because there's no need to planarize it.
Yes,
but he's going to be able to convince soundly, right? He can't tell soundly that all of these are planar coordinate systems, because that would be, I mean, soundly would grab onto that one, right? Soundly's not stupid. Well, let's see. But I mean, I don't know whether you're allowed to ask questions, right? Or whether soundly should be questioning some of the stuff that that Jesse's already said. I know I would have done, right? But that would have been considered rude, and they'll tell me that, you know, they're not going to bother talking to me because I'm questioning this stuff. But I mean, it seems like I don't know, he might be just tricking soundly, really. See whether he can get away with it.
And so we're going to basically be just dealing with the actual vectors themselves rather than projecting it to the ellipsoid or to the ground. We're going to be staying right in this Cartesian system.
The triangles.
And here's what those coordinates look like. So we have the point ID, and we have the Earth center, Earth fixed X value, the Y value, and the Z. And is this coming across okay? Can you see it on the screen pretty good?
Can you guys see it?
Soundly?
5.7, 5.7.
You there?
Yeah.
Okay, good. Now what I also did is I added the column E, and I put the elevations there. The elevations have nothing to do with these XYZ coordinates. I just wanted them to be there.
Wait a minute.
Don't look at the elevation. They might be there, but don't associate them with this.
So hang on a second. So let me get this straight here, because I'm a novice at this, right?
Yeah.
I'm not a geometric expert by any means, or a land surveyor, right? But I have heard that the z-axis is elevation when you're talking about in these terms, in surveying terms. So if that's correct, if the the z-axis is elevation, why did he just say that these elevation has nothing to do with the x, y, z coordinates?
Yeah,
it seems strange to me.
What's the point of what he's saying? Right? Why would he try and
Because they're the same. They're level, as he said, very level.
Yeah, he did say earlier, right? You heard that, where he said they are very level, and he referred to the elevations to point out how level it was. But now he's associating the elevations and saying, don't look at the elevation. For what reason or what purpose? Who knows? Description: road surface.
As part of the display, so that when I create my graphic visuals, you'll be able to see what the elevation is of point SB. SB stands for southbound, point 42. That will be displayed. Also here, this column is indicating the precision at which this data was collected and processed. And
is that 0.02 meters?
Yes, 2 centimeters.
Wow.
Horizontal.
Horizontal.
5 centimeters vertical.
5 centimeters vertical. Do you hear that? Do you get it? It's twice as accurate on the horizontal as it is on the vertical. It's more than twice as accurate. So the vertical elevations he's talking about here are 6 millimeters. I'll let you listen to that again.
And processed. And
is that 0.02 meters?
Yes, 2 centimeters.
Wow.
Horizontal. 5 centimeters vertical. And let's talk about that real quickly. These are at a 1 sigma. They're not at a high confidence. They're at a 68.3 confidence. That's your standard error of 1 sigma.
Gotcha.
So for higher assurance, you would multiply this by 1.96 to get 2 sigma, or you could say just 2. Just double these. So we're going to say that the vertical is good to about a decimeter, which is what, about 3-4 inches,
so
right?
Within 10.
A decimeter. Within 3 or 4 inches. So all of these elevations that he's got here, the 5.75, 5.76, 5.77, 5.78, they're within 10 centimeters. So you could call them all like basically the same, because you can be within 10 centimeters, admittedly by Jesse, to the standards of this, driving over the bridge with his car.
Yeah. Well, he did say it was very level.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, but I mean, like when we're talking about certain accuracies, we're talking to the millimeter, and Jesse here is talking to 10 centimeters, vertically. Yeah. Yeah. So, I mean, I suppose, like, I don't know what you call that, really. I guess you wouldn't really call it surveying, would you?
No, certainly not as precise as surveying.
Yeah, well, he is only driving over the bridge in his car, right? So, I mean, it's a good presentation, right? You're with the wizard at the
10
minute.
centimeters.
10 centimeters.
Yeah.
That's fine. Yeah, I mean, that's
fine.
still really good.
That's fine.
That's fine. That's still really good.
Yeah. Really good. Yeah. Yeah.
That's great.
That'd be
Carry
great.
on.
Yeah,
I have no
sweet.
questions about that whatsoever.
Yeah, like
Fantastic.
it depends if your car's got how much air you've got in your tire of your car. It could be bouncing up and down. You never know. Yeah, it's fine.
Whether the shocks are good or not. Yeah.
10 centimeters. Yeah. Yeah.
Good enough.
Whoa. Yeah.
4 inches
okay,
or
no
something,
problem.
Right.
Yeah.
And I mean, I'm just doubling it up.
Just doubling it.
To be conservative about it.
Yeah, to be conservative.
So, and you'll see them
double it again. Be more
rise up
conservative.
and down as you look through the file. So basically, there's the file that we're going to be using for the graphics here. Now, here's an example of just surveying something.
Here we go.
You take this billboard.
I haven't altered this video. Didn't somebody get like really upset about me having stickers? And Jesse's putting that right in front of Soundly's face. Take it, Soundly. Jesse's taking the piss, man.
That's not real, is it? Come
yeah,
on
yeah.
now.
No, that's not me. That's Jesse. He's gonna explain now, right? Now this is this is one of the best bits ever, right? What could you say to Soundly? You know what Soundly's about. He's about his picture, right? And what sort of proofs do people have within thingy? Yeah, they have picture proofs, right? Listen to this.
And if we were to survey the corners of these letters, we'd be able to draw lines between those. And if we surveyed the corners of the billboard, we'd be able to determine the shape of that billboard. And this would have nothing to do with whether I'm straight onto it or skewed to it. You know, what I'm getting at here is this whole idea about perspective does not affect the actual physical location of where these corners are. The dimensions are going to be the actual dimensions no matter what the visual looks like. So keep that in mind as we start to look at some of this data and some of...
Keep that in mind. Do you want to hear that again? Do you want to hear it again? I'll do that. This is so sweet. Just remember that the actual physical positions of the things don't move no matter what it looks like. Listen to Jesse here telling you.
Perspective does not affect the actual physical location of where these corners are. The dimensions are going to be the actual dimensions no matter what the visual looks like. So keep that in mind as we start to look at some of this data and some of Soundly's pictures, because people are just really struggling with what is obvious.
Keep that in mind when we're looking at Soundly's pictures, that the actual physical locations of the bridge and all of that doesn't change at all. So don't be fooled by what you see in pictures. Said right to Soundly's face. I commend you, Jesse. And also doing the doing this. It's genius. I didn't do that. That's Jesse Kozlowski's video and presentation for Soundly, whilst he's telling him that the actual physical positions of the things don't change just because it looks a bit weird in a picture.
So here's a small test.
He didn't say a thing. Nobody mentioned anything. That's a wizard, right? Jesse Kozlowski just got away with putting a research flat earth thing, putting some markers on the research flat earth thing, and telling Soundly to his face that the actual physical positions of what you see don't change because it looks a little bit weird in a picture. Whilst Soundly's going to praise him.
Did on the 6th of January, and that was a Sunday, and this is on Little Tensas Bayou. I went back there, this is a year later, and I measured the reciprocal zenith angles across that. It's about a 6-mile stretch, something like that.
6 miles?
On the plane ride home, I did some calculations, and you know, this is kind of rough here, but I'm throwing it in because this is going to be one of these launching points to do another video or a presentation on these results. But I just took the XYZ coordinates of the tops and the bottoms to determine the tilt between them, because obviously the plumb lines are inclined outward away from each other. And that came out to be...
You right with that? Do you want to hear it again?
Yes, he's going to measure tilt.
It's just the tilt of the plumb lines. He did it on the plane on the ride home. He did the measurements there, and then on the way home on the plane from his little trip out, he did this. We'll go again.
Home, I did some calculations, and you know, this is kind of rough here, but I'm throwing it in because this is going to be one of these launching points to do another video or a presentation on these results. But I just took the XYZ coordinates of the tops and the bottoms to determine the tilt between them, because obviously the plumb lines are inclined outward away from each other. And that came out to be 5 minutes, 50 seconds of inclination. And what I measured was 5 minutes, just roughly 5 minutes, 40 seconds. Let's round that off.
5 minutes, 40 seconds. In 6 miles? And you notice it's not normal surveying procedure, but Jesse did it. Just did a quick one before he got on the plane. Calculations afterwards. Pretty easy to do, right? Or so you'd think.
These are the adjusted angles.
So you're saying that your measurement over Little Tince's Bayou was correct within 12 seconds?
I wouldn't.
Of the predicted value?
No, I didn't. I haven't even calculated what the prediction is.
Okay.
And again, I haven't even.
Did you hear that? He didn't even calculate what the prediction is. What? The prediction of what? Haven't even calculated what the prediction.
Look at this thoroughly.
Oh, sorry, go on.
Because the prophecy says that it should. So that would be his assumption.
Yeah, well, where did Soundly get? So you were within such and such. And he's like, no, I didn't even calculate it. Like, why did Soundly say that? Do you want to hear that again? It does sound a little bit weird, like the conversation. Jesse's like bigging himself up, doing fish stories on the way home of his thing.
Round that off. Those are the adjusted angles.
So you're saying that your measurement over Little Tince's Bayou was correct within 12 seconds?
I wouldn't.
Of the predicted value?
No, I didn't. I haven't even calculated what the prediction is.
Okay.
And again, I haven't even looked at this thoroughly. I'm just showing you that, hey, I measured zenith angles. That was the tilt I determined there. And then
I'm just saying, look, I measured zenith angles, so there's the tilt of plumb. The plumb tilt.
Because it was determined there.
Yeah.
Determined. By whom?
Well, he did the calculations on the, like just a rough calculations on the way home on the plane to determine the tilt of a plumb tilt.
using the GPS, I'm finding very good agreement. I would not say, oh, it's good to 12 seconds or something.
Okay.
But if we want, we could round off to minutes, let's say. There's going to be a plus or minus value in the seconds column, but certainly we would say the minutes are good.
Right. Minutes.
6 minutes, let's say.
6,
let's round it off to 6 minutes.
6 minutes.
6
minutes
almost
of plumb
6 minutes.
tilt.
Maybe not. Maybe 5 to 6 minutes. Okay, something like that.
I don't know if I put this out there for any other surveyors that might be listening. How many minutes have you ever measured your plumb tilt at? Question for anybody. What's the biggest plumb tilt? Who's got the biggest plumb tilt? Who knows? Jesse Kozlowski's just making it up.
So there's that. So this see where this is going. And now that's a simple test. Obviously, now we're going to look at a very long bridge. I also want to make the point that
there we go.
There's so much controversy about how GPS works, how it, like Chris Van Matre had made it clear that he uses GPS, but he doesn't believe in satellites, and it's all based on cell towers and so forth. But whatever the case is, whatever you want to believe about that, the fact is that highways are being built using GPS. Here's a road grader with GPS mounted, controlling that blade and controlling the alignment of where they're building this road. Same thing for these bulldozers. Everything this is called machine control construction now. And
I would add that when these guys are doing this, the elevations that they deal with are much stricter than 10 centimeters, like he says there. 10 centimeters wouldn't be anywhere near good enough. So these things that Jesse's talking about on screen right now work to a much higher specification than what he's talking about. So don't be fooled by what Jesse said a bit earlier of the 10 centimeters with this. I mean, this is real surveying or real manipulation and usefulness of the systems that they're using. Jesse's talking about driving over a car, over a bridge. Slightly different, but don't be thinking that this is what Jesse's talking about. It's not. It's a sleight of hand trick.
You're gonna see this all the time. This is what's happening. Whether it's cell towers or satellites, this is working. So it ought to have worked for what we did.
Yeah, I'd like to just reiterate that before you go further. Is that
Yeah.
we've had a number of flat earthers, even the world famous Beeloo video where they were using GPS. So GPS is definitely something that they have agreed works. They just disagree how it works. So
I'm glad you brought up Beeloo because I have to give credit where credit's due. This whole tilt thing here that I've been doing this past year, I got the idea from Beeloo. I'm not kidding. Stanley, you and I were out there in Minnesota at George's, and that's about when that Beeloo video came out.
right.
And those scientists were talking about the tilts of buildings and using GPS to determine that. So that's where I got the idea. I'm not kidding, and it works. By the way, it does work.
Talk about shooting yourself in the foot, huh?
I've computed the tilt between the Washington Monument and the Empire State Building, the Washington Monument and the Sears Tower in Chicago. I mean, I've never made a video of that, but that would be another cool little, thing to look at and make some graphics. I really need somebody to do animation.
How many of you guys have heard that before? Do you guys know who Beeloo is?
Nope.
No. Anyone?
I don't think so.
Beeloo's an alien.
Well, that makes sense.
Mm-hmm. An alien inspired Jesse Kozlowski to look for the tilt of plumb tilts. That's right. You heard him say it right here. Too soundly. Beeloo was an old video. I think they were Spanish or something. It was like, I don't know. It was like one of these guys. They went on a series of stuff. But apparently they did one on aliens. And that's what inspired Jesse. But did you hear where it was?
To determine that. So that's where I got the idea. I'm not kidding. And it works, by the way. This whole
They have agreed works.
I'm not kidding.
They just disagree how it works. So
I'm glad you brought up Beeloo because I have to give credit where credit's due. This whole tilt thing here that I've been doing this past year.
He's been doing it for a year, the tilt thing.
I got the idea from Beeloo. I'm not kidding.
Idea from Beeloo. He's not kidding.
Stanley, you and I were out there in Minnesota at George's.
Soundly and Jesse were out there at George's.
At the George.
Yeah, at the lake.
Really? Is that where they met Beeloo?
That's where that's where Jesse was inspired by Beeloo. Listen.
And that's about when that Beeloo video came out.
right.
And those scientists were talking about the tilts of buildings and
So what he's done there, he's associated George and Soundly and him out there at the out there at the Rainy Lake. That'd be a nice party time, right? Can you imagine it now, soundly? Jesse, George, out at the lake.
Using GPS.
This is making more and more sense.
Yeah. You're seeing
Once
the connections between the people that are involved.
Well, no. I mean, I meant that it's making more and more sense now that we have the alien connection in here.
Yeah.
That's what's making more and more sense now.
Inspired by an alien to look for the
Certifiable.
tilt of a vertical.
Certifiable.
Yep.
Determine that. So that's where I got the idea.
He's not kidding.
I'm not kidding.
You're not kidding.
And it works, by the way. It does work.
Talk about shooting yourself in the foot, huh?
I've computed the tilt between the Washington Monument and the Empire State Building, the Washington Monument
tilts.
and the Sears
all over
Tower
the place.
in
all
Chicago.
Over
I mean,
Nice.
all over
I've never
America.
made a video of that, but that would be another cool little, thing to look at and make some graphics. I really need somebody to do animation because, the measurements are easy to make, honestly.
Okay, so we can establish that GPS.
The measurements are easy to make. He just said that flippantly. Boom. There you go. After just calculating them.
Well, sure. I believe that. What they call measurements are just calculations that you write down on a sheet of paper. So dead easy.
Yeah. Calculation 1 second. Boom.
Mm-hmm.
Measurement the next. Same thing.
Yeah. Yep.
Dual meaning.
Mm-hmm.
Now we're going to go on to the bit about satellites. He did say earlier whether the cell towers or satellites doesn't make any difference. It works. But it works to like 10 centimeters vertical. If you're lucky.
It does in fact work. Yeah. Regardless of how it works, it does work.
Yeah. Well, here's a graphic that tells us how it works. Whether you want to believe it or not, the fact is that it's used in agriculture a lot now, and people spend the money to put these systems on.
There's
to
no
guide
cell
these
towers
tractors.
in that one.
It increases their yields. They can run through these fields within 6 inches of each pass. It's a big deal, and so there's a lot of manufacturers building these systems. So let's all agree it works. We're using it. So that's the point I'm making in this build up to looking at the causeway data. Oh, and let's not forget, it's used in surveying a lot. Here's a guy doing some construction staking. They're about to pour concrete here. This could be a highway. It could be a bridge deck. I don't really know, but there he is using GPS. Here's a bridge, and they're monitoring the bridge using high precision GPS here, and here's another shot of some GPS equipment on this bridge.
Works.
So it's used for monitoring bridges to high precision, and certainly to build these long bridges.
Mm-hmm.
So now let's get to the topic here tonight, the Lake Pontchartrain Causeway. I want to make mention that this thing was built back in the 50s, and it was built using old school surveying, transits, levels. Here is the triangulation. This was geodetic triangulation to establish control points out near the bridge.
That's right. Triangulation, as he says. Let's deal with the old stuff. Like, no GPS here. When they made the bridge, no GPS. Not at all.
As they were using these as control marks to set out the piles and all of that. And of course, this old school methodology is still used today, except that it's not a manual transit, it's an electronic total station.
Same method.
Same types of surveying activity takes place to build these large infrastructure projects. So
no different.
What I'm showing you here are the control points that were established using, like I said, old school triangulation. I'm bringing this up because people lately have been saying, well, the instruments don't work, or you're looking too far, and all this. Well, these are the actual control points. And let's take a look at this particular one, number 1. Here's the data sheet on it. It's a first order triangulation station. That means its positional accuracy was determined to 1 part in 100,000. And that was back in 1953.
To the millimeter.
The elevation, actually, they have some asterisks here, and they are talking about the subsidence. In the Louisiana area, in the New Orleans area, there's a lot of subsidence, and old published elevation values are no longer valid. So they didn't keep that elevation here, but you could go back and find the original, and you'd have the elevation there as well. So here's all this stuff about length and how far you should be able to see, or how far can you use these instruments and so forth. This one's about 7 miles from station 2 to 4. I'm just doing the inverse there. It's just around 38,000 feet. I'm rounding off. So there's an example. So they kept these close to the bridge. That was the purpose. I'll tell you what, if this bridge was not being built here, they would not have bothered to put these points here at all. They would have just measured right across the lake.
Right.
And from a higher tower or something like that, they would just build a 100-foot triangulation tower and observe really far, like some of these lines. Here's the rest of the triangulation going on. This is just the southeast corner of one particular map around Lake Pontchartrain. But if you really want to see some long lines, how about over here in California? Here's a little snippet of the California triangulation diagram. And here is Mount Diablo. These are very long lines, like 100-mile long lines. There's no question about it. It isn't a question of, oh, can they see that?
They're straight lines, right? Everyone can see that. Triangulation lines.
They are definitely straight lines.
Mm-hmm.
Far, and should they have gone that far? Well, they did. They do, or they did. We use GPS now, but back in the day, these lines were observed, these angles were measured, and that is what produces the maps that we have today. So that's just how it works.
Right, and the triangulation.
Azimuthal angles for triangulation, for horizontal positioning. Of course. That's what everybody understands about this, right? On the map. Nobody's thinking they're measuring vertical angles with any of these lines, do you? Does anybody imagine that these guys are talking about elevation when he's talking about any of these triangles or any of these lines? You wouldn't know. Well, I'll tell you. These are just horizontal angles that they're measuring. These triangles are on the XY plane. They're the angles that you measure, the angles of the triangle, the triangulation. Jesse's telling everybody the straight lines.
From the other directions all mesh up.
Of course.
They're all self-consistent.
Yes.
Yeah.
In fact, and when you start to measure these very long lines, and when you form a triangle, you have what's called spherical excess, because these plumb lines are all away from each other. So you're actually going to be measuring a larger triangle. So
what larger triangle? A larger triangle that's on the triangulation on the map. Should he be fitting a larger triangle into the triangle of the triangulation? Did you hear that?
Yeah.
What did you make of that?
I don't know. I'm telling you. It's
triangulation, but the triangles are bigger.
Could you rewind that a little bit where he says you have straight lines and you end up with what?
I've got 20 seconds here.
All mesh up.
Of course.
They're all self-consistent.
Yes.
Yeah.
In fact, and when you start to measure these very long lines, and when you form a triangle, you have what's called spherical excess, because these plumb lines are all away from each other. So you're actually going to be measuring a larger triangle. So if
He did say that. What do plumb lines have to do with triangles? What's the vertical component of a triangle got to do with the triangle?
And how would you measure a larger triangle? What's that process look like after that triangle that was already measured?
And you put it on the map. Why didn't he draw it as the larger triangle when he measured the larger triangle? Or does he mean a triangle with more angles? Like, at this moment, would you say Jesse Kozlowski's a surveyor? Because there are moments that you can begin to question certain things.
Definitely not, in my opinion. Definitely not.
Mm-hmm.
But that's my opinion, right? I mean,
yeah.
At some point, you just I don't know if this happens with anybody else, but you listen to this dude, and you're like, I'm shut down. I can't. This is so much bullshit that you can't even fathom it anymore.
And we've not
like,
even got to talk about the bridge yet.
I know, right?
This is his lead
this is all
up, right?
A setup. This is all a setup to the bridge. And why? Because he has to do it. He has to do it.
All little magic tricks, right?
Yes, yeah.
This is wizardry. I spotted it from what it was way back in the day.
And you can ask the YouTube chat. Is anybody else kind of mesmerized? Like, do you feel like you're hypnotized? Because that's the feeling I get listening to this, just drone on about this stuff. After saying that, land surveyor at the very beginning, land surveyors don't do any of this stuff.
Yeah.
Keep in mind.
Keep in mind
None of
that
this
all
stuff.
of this next bit I'm going to talk about, like a Dallas thing. You remember that? Boom! It never happened. Let's go back to a few years ago. Crazy. That's what we're going to do now.
They account for spherical excess. It's an actual measurable, thing.
Right. It's an actual measurable thing, says Jesse Kozlowski. You can measure a triangle to be, well, Jesse Kozlowski just said it. Wonder why he's not around, Jesse. Actual measurable.
But I've kind of taken a little bit of a side road, but
yeah,
it was necessary.
You don't want to be saying that, Jesse.
Because I want to emphasize again that the causeway, let me back up before I talk about Mount Everest. The causeway was built using these old school methods. And here today, or, in these day and age, we have done a GPS survey. So we're going to see how well these things match up. Okay. It's something to think about.
His admitted accuracy is 10 centimeters. They were to first order. He said that. How can he possibly match up? Because that's what he's doing, right? He's not checking whether the old school matches up. He's checking whether his riding over the bridge can match up with the first order measurements that are already there. Don't be thinking it's the other way round. This is a man driving over a bridge in a car, comparing himself to the construction of the longest, is it the longest bridge, inland bridge over water? One bridge, is it? It holds a world record anyway.
And again, they built that thing level across that lake.
Again,
it's an amazing piece of construction. So, and as far as the long lines go, certainly, here's a little map showing Mount Everest and all these Himalayan mountain peaks that were determined. The elevations are determined from geodetic triangulation. Believe it or not.
The elevations. Do you want to hear that again?
Elevations are determined from geodetic triangulation. Believe it or not.
Somebody laughs like that after saying "believe it or not." What would you think? Listen to it again.
You may not want to believe it.
Yeah. I would definitely not believe it, just because of this.
The elevations are determined from geodetic triangulation. Believe it or not. So let's get to.
So all that to summarize, basically.
Yes.
Surveying works.
What he just basically did was showed you triangulation on the azimuthal plane, and then he conflated that with triangulation of the elevation peaks, and he's going to try and tell you, or try and make you think that they're the same thing, but they're not.
Did you hear soundly? So surveying works.
Yeah.
Dude, you haven't even been talking about surveying. Kozlowski made that clear at the very beginning.
Yeah.
You're not talking about surveying. I don't know what you're saying.
It's a proof to him. Here we go. Jesse's in his car.
Triangulation works. And
Triangulation
GPS
works.
Yeah. I think it does.
Yeah.
Jesse thinks it does.
Well, it's not that we think it does. It's that we have practical results that show it does.
Absolutely.
Yeah, but Jesse's just told you that triangles are bigger. Or they're measured bigger than what they are on... I don't know. But it works, says Soundly. So let's just go with that. It works. Simplify it for Soundly.
I'm just chuckling at some of the comments that I've seen, and so I don't know how serious to take some of it. So here is a video you can go watch over on Sally's channel. Sally was like at Command Central, up there in the room, doing the live streams, taking the long exposures, the video, and occasionally, us, wherever we were, I know Mike would be out wherever he was, wherever I was, we would kind of call in and get into a live stream. So you can watch this. This was Friday night, I think, doing that first pass on the northbound side.
Yeah, what I call the GPS waypoints.
Yes, that's right.
Driving over the bridge.
You're recording locations of the surface of the bridge.
That's correct. So here's a little preliminary setup.
Look at that. Do you like that? Look at that. It's a quality level, that, isn't it? No, it's about a 50p level. And what's he doing?
Ensuring that we knew what the antenna height was above the road surface.
So he knew what the antennae height above the road surface. Is there anybody in the car? Are they on the car park? Are they on the main road? Where are they? Why are they doing that? What's he doing? Why is this guy posing for this picture? To 10 centimeters, he's already said that, hasn't he?
So we put this is a magnetic mount on the car. I just used a survey rod and a plumber's level. This level has a groove in it. So it just, sits right on top of that round surface. There's my
plumber's level. Just got a plumber's level. Sits on the bar. Why do plumbers need a level? Think about that one.
Because water flows.
In pipes. Pressure.
Yep.
So what would they need a level for?
Very good question.
Somebody...
I've never seen it. I've had a plumber over lots of times, never seen him carry a level.
Jesse Kozlowski said somebody sold him a plumber's level.
Wouldn't plumbers need a level to use the one end of the bubble level for setting their grade or slope?
The slope of what?
The pipes that they lay to have flow.
That's drainage, isn't it?
Yeah, but that's plumbing, isn't it?
I don't think so. That's groundwork. Plumbers tend to deal with hot and cold water and stuff like that, don't they? Radiator
Oh, okay.
pipes.
I get you now.
Yeah.
I get you now.
Or at least I would, being in the trade. But hey,
Plus, don't roads have a crown for drainage?
yeah.
Hang on. I got a rebuttal though. I have an actual rebuttal.
Mm-hmm.
I'm a mechanic.
Yeah.
But I have a level.
But yeah, do you
walk around with it sometimes.
Do you have a mechanics
sitting
level?
On my wall right now?
Yeah. Do you have a mechanics level? Have you been to the shop
to
get a mechanics level? Because Jesse Kozlowski says this is a plumber's level.
Yeah.
Remember, Jesse Kozlowski's the guy that used to pretend to be a surveyor for the Globe with a plumber's level. He got one specially.
Like holding.
Why wouldn't he have just a regular spirit level if he was a surveyor? Doesn't all surveyors have a spirit level? Or some other kind of level? I don't know.
He might have a specialist spirit level, right? Because that one's a plumber's level. Look, he's showing you he's showing you the height there. Look at it.
You think you'd call it a surveyor's level, other than maybe he's a plumber.
Yeah. Maybe he is a plumber.
Yeah, I bet he had to. It's like, ooh, not got any of them. Sorry, mate. We've only got the more expensive plumber's level. Like, oh, go on then. See, all right, I'll have that then. We need to level the surveying rod to measure this here to this sort of thing, even though we know that the system is only to 10 centimeters and the dude isn't even sat in the car, so that'll probably change the moment he does actually sit in the car, and him and Jesse as they're doing it, and they're at the car park, so I mean they could be on a tilt anyway.
Refraction.
Yeah.
We are measuring. Wanted to make sure everybody saw that, it was level.
Is he measuring from the road or the pavement?
Listen to this bit as well now. This is funny. I don't know whether any of you guys will have heard this. This is Jesse again managing to get away with stuff.
Office. There's Mike holding it.
Mike.
Here we are measuring. Wanted
Mike
to make
on the
sure
bayou.
everybody saw that, it was level. I'm sorry that Bob, the science guy, took so much heat because, the thing was his level was like a smidge out. So there's a picture of it.
He's laughing at Bob, the science guy, taking a bit of shit for not having his level. I'd like to know what that video was. Yeah. But I mean, why say that? At least he got to say it, right? He got to laugh at Bob, the science guy, not having his level. Come on, listen to it again.
Science guy took so much heat because, the thing was his level was like a smidge out. So there's a picture of it.
No, it's so funny that Bob took so much heat for not having a level. He was sorry to see that, Bob.
Did he actually show the bubble on this level?
He's laughing. Yeah, he did. He took a close-up picture to show that he wasn't like he's not like Bob.
Level, and we're measuring to the nearest millimeter. If that level was out slightly, how far out would we be? So basically,
can anyone answer that question? Jesse's got a vital question, right? Please listen to this.
To the nearest millimeter. if that level was out slightly, you know, how far out would we be? You know, so basically we know what the
If that level was out slightly, how far out would we be?
Slightly out.
Slightly, yeah. Slightly within a smidge.
the height of the antenna is above the road surface. There it is, mounted on the car.
And Napa's annual clearance event.
So this is me attaching to the Louisiana State University's GNSS live stream. Basically, it's called a VRS system, and I'm going to be getting corrections in real time. I'm also logging the raw data at the same time to process later. I remember as we were doing that live stream, people did not like the sound it made. It was, you know, it makes a beep every time it stores a point. So it's incrementing point by.
People were moaning about the beep on Jesse's live stream as he drove over the bridge. There, I mean, like, he suffered for them, right? It's science experiment, Blue Marble Science. He drove over the bridge and suffered the beep.
By point, and I think I had it set to 10 meters. We had it set to 3 initially. It was way too many. So, yeah, distance 10 meters. There it is, right there. And there's the height of the
10 meters is how far?
33.
33 feet, yeah. He did have it set at 3. But we decided to change it to 10. Can't have it at 3.
Yeah, the bleep was annoying, wasn't it?
Yeah, you can't have the bleep every 3. You may as well have the bleep every 33, right?
You've heard of the scale of bleep, haven't you?
Yeah. You wouldn't notice that the code's being thrown out by the guys as they're talking. Who spotted it?
The antenna above the road, 1.53. And there I am going down the road. So about, I was going about maybe 40, 45 miles an hour.
Whoa.
So that's the northbound collection. Now,
that's speed surveying. 40, 45 mile an hour surveying. Down the bridge. Every 3 foot. We did have it every 3 feet, but we decided to go with 33.
Earth can back that up, measuring with time.
Yeah.
Speed, sorry.
Speed.
Yeah. The next day, I did another pass.
You went back the other day?
And
next
you can
day?
watch
busy days.
This was a live stream that I tapped into, and Soundly put me on, and I was doing that northbound up to the crossover. So this was us preparing that antenna height, and here's Dandy Pandy helping me get that height measured, making sure it's level, and there it is. Looks level, right? Can we all get a check on that level?
Looks pretty good to me, Jesse.
All right.
Totally level, man. Yeah,
totally.
I'm right there with you.
Yeah.
Totally. Yeah. Right
definitely,
on, man.
Definitely straight. That
looks good
innit?
to me.
Yeah.
Carry on.
No curve there.
At
all. Well done. Like the bridge, as level as the bridge. Plumber's levels. Can't beat him.
So there I am at milepost 0. That was my 0.85, and headed down the highway. So here's the data brought into Trimble Business Center, the software that I use. Looks like a blue triangle, right?
Yes, it does.
Still the nervous laughter.
Yeah. That looks like the data.
It's just like it's an encouraging laugh. You're trying to encourage the guy to sort of,
He's doing like a comedy routine, isn't he? He's got to fill it out, pad it out. It looks like a blue triangle, right? It's just a little surveying joke we have.
No one laughs at his joke, so he has to do it himself, basically.
So let's take a look at one of these points. we'll zoom in on point 1294. What you're seeing here, this is a base station called Mary, and we're using carrier phase differencing to post-process these vectors. So that's what this is here.
Post-process.
These are continuous streams. And this is the raw data here. So we're zoomed in on point 1294. As I said before, this was on Louisiana, south zone, state plane coordinates in meters, northing and easting, and the elevation. Here's the latitudes and longitudes. Now, what I'm going to go into next is my attempt at creating a visual, some type of graphic presentation of this data. As I said at the beginning of this presentation, normally you would take these coordinates and elevations and go start making a map. That's how we use the data normally. We're trying to create and show you the shape of this bridge. So what I did is
this. Spot on, I'll enjoy this. This.
The shape of the bridge?
Yeah,
Nice.
he's trying to show you the shape of the bridge. It's his interpretation.
Exported the Earth-centered Earth-fixed coordinates, and I converted them into a local system where I was facing eastward, and that's what you're looking at now. So I've just changed the view from looking top down onto the bridge, and now I'm looking sideways eastward. That's what I did. And this, because I don't use three-dimensional graphics programs or animation. I don't have that skill set.
Don't forget, he's on the state plane
do a coordinate transformation
system
that kept the integrity and the relationship of the values intact, but now I'm looking eastward. So let's see what we look at next here. Basically, I'm trying to get this view looking east from the from inside the Earth. So I've created a plane that
Did he say from inside the Earth?
Yeah. Let's do it again, because this is quite important, this, right? What he's trying to do here now to set this up.
Remember the blue triangle?
Mm-hmm.
But now I'm looking eastward.
Right, he's looking eastward. So
let's see what we look at next here. Basically, I'm trying to get this view looking east from the from inside the Earth. So I've created a plane that encompasses the origin of the ECEF coordinates, which is 0, 0, 0, and forming a triangle that way. And that's the
what plane does everybody imagine he's doing there?
I can't imagine.
Well, he says he's using the ECEF coordinates, and he's on a plane looking eastwards. So,
not up.
I give you that, right? If you were on a plane looking eastwards, what orientation would that plane be? I'd say it has to be a plane that encompasses north, south, east, and west for you to be able to face eastwards. If that plane only has vertical on it, how do you look eastwards on the plane? But hey, it depends on you. Whatever plane you want to imagine that Jesse just drew there for doing his calculations that he's going to come up with, it's open to interpretation, as we've just explained. Nobody can point out what plane it is talking about.
Plane that I'm in, it's almost like a section through the Earth there.
Almost like
so
a
here it
section
is.
through
Here
the
I am
earth.
showing you that view again in my software and what I'm trying to create. And I hope that's coming through. Again, if anybody knows how to do animation and can actually
see, that looks like an elevation profile to me. Where's he talking about the plane? Here's the bridge from there to there. And here's a line that goes from there to there. Now, is he on the plane that goes all the way that way? Or is this plane here a vertical plane that goes along the length of the bridge? You decide.
move this camera and make this happen, that would be awesome. But the point being is that what you're going to now start to see is the literal shape of the bridge.
The literal shape of the
So
bridge.
here are, as I showed you before, the Earth-centered, Earth-fixed coordinates and their elevations. And now we're going to zoom in on a couple of these points. Here we are at point 44, right here. It's a little masked there, but that's elevation 5.72. Here's 573, 570. So the reason I'm doing this for you is that it's hard to visualize where these are in relation to each other. So I've created this view so that we can look at that. Let's take a look at some others. Now here you can see it's 5 7s. It's all these 5 7s. Now it's 5 8. It takes a little dip here. Then you see it's going to rise up. All right, that's the elevations. And this is one of the spans, one of the little shorter ones. It's rising up on a hump. And here we are looking at that hump.
A hump?
And this is what it looks like from the side view. This one's at 16.16 meters.
Did everybody hear that? Jesse Kozlowski pointing out the hump. So
what is he on about, the two humps?
Yeah, I don't want to hear anybody
Says,
say that there is no hump, because Jesse Kozlowski's just plainly told us what a hump is. The little raise up bit where the boats can go under. The bridge, like as you'd imagine, a bridge, like a proper bridge. Not like the rest of the bridge that's extremely level.
It's not a humpback bridge, is it?
Yeah.
0.665.
6.6.
Okay. Let's take a look at, this is the bigger marine span. There, it's up here in the 18.5 meters, 18.57. You can see that. And afterwards, it starts to dive down again and get back down to the level elevations. So let's hear.
The level.
This is the large hump. That's 0.1326 at 18.57 meters. See this line right here? That's the chord. I'm going to talk about that in a little bit. That's the chord connecting the from where I started and to where I ended on the level points. I connected two of the level points.
Did you hear that? I've got that saved. I'll put it again. Listen to what he says.
Chord connecting the from where I started and to where I ended on the level points.
On the level. That's where we are. Thank you very much, Jesse. On the level.
I connected two of the level points. So I'll show you that in another couple slides. Okay, so there's that point right there. Now, what are these guys doing?
Sighting pool cues.
Magic trick number 1. Well, I don't know how many times you want to distract you, but what are they doing?
They're checking their pool cues. I found this.
It's hilarious. Like, why'd you put
Funny.
this in the thing? Yeah, it's funny, isn't it? Nervous. I mean, it's a joke.
Hilarious.
Right? It is. It's funny.
It's on the internet, and I'm showing you. This is how you check to make sure your pool cue is straight.
No, you don't. You put it on the table and you roll it.
When you look at that pool
it's
cue
not
like
funny,
this,
is it?
I don't think so, no. I mean, perhaps it's funny
Just
if you're
literally
thinking that there's
checking.
two guys there with pool cues. Like, just pose for us, guys. Will you? Just grab hold of your pool cues. This is how you do it. It's not how you do it. It's how these guys do it, but... I mean,
Yeah,
you
the
might
first
do
thing
that
I
if
would
you're
do is
looking for
roll it.
lumber at the fucking in the warehouse or something, and you're after a straight piece. But I wouldn't do a pool cues like that.
I don't know. I have run my eye down one before, I must admit.
Oh, Big Blue's
But
there.
not after, you're going to check it on the table first, and yeah.
It's a vertical plane then. Okay, Joe. Okie dokie. We got that one sorted, Blue. Absolutely. Blue Marble says that don't be stupid. He's talking about a vertical plane. A vertical... Blue Marble is calling a vertical plane. Can everybody see that? In fact, let me get that as a... Just because Blue Marble. Okay. Okay, right, I'll leave that one there.
If it's if it's warped, it's been sitting over in the corner for a long time, no one's used it, it's going to have a bend to it. You're going to see it, right? Makes sense, right? Common sense. So here's what I'm going to do with the view, this cross-section view. I'm going to start to turn it from the side. You can start to see now.
Turn it.
There's a little hump there, and there's a hump there. And turn a little bit more. And each time I turn it, I zoom in, so you could kind of see what's going on. This is the shape.
Every time he turns it, he zooms in, right? So let's go back and see that this is the size of it here. I'll go back another one. There you go, right? So let's say, what happens when you zoom in on things normally, what you would think?
They are bigger.
Right, okay. Now, watch and listen.
I'm going to do with the view, this cross-section view, I'm going to start to turn it.
Turn it.
From the side. You can start to see now. There's a little hump there, and there's a hump there. And turn a little bit more. And each time I turn it, I zoom in, so you could kind of see what's going on. This is the shape of the bridge starting to appear as I turn in my software. And
where's the zooming in? What's he talking about? Does what he's saying mean anything?
He's not zooming.
And he's not turning it either.
He's just curving straight lines.
He's putting a hump in it. He's putting a big hump in it. Go back again, because I think this is one of the best things ever, right? He's sat there with Soundly, right? Don't forget, this is Jesse's interpretation of how to show the shape of the bridge. Take it away, Jesse.
There's a little hump there, and there's a hump there. And turn a little bit more. And each time I turn it, I zoom in, so you could kind of see what's going on. This is the shape of the bridge starting to appear as I turn in my software. And that's the large marine span. There's a couple humps one of these humps, Stanley, you said you weren't even aware of, right? One of them, I forget which one.
Yeah, it's from the South Shore. If you're looking out at the 8-mile marine span, there's a marine hump directly behind it. I guess it's right about 9 miles.
Right. Oh, okay, that'd be that one.
And it's on the west lane, and it's I'll just from the angle that we normally look at, you don't pick it out, but it is there. You go back and look in the video footage, and you can see the cars.
Now, Is it on the northbound side or the southbound?
It's on the north. It's on the southbound lane.
Okay.
Very
Yeah,
important.
that's what
This
the
is
southbound.
distraction, right?
Okay.
Yeah, these
So there's
humps
that
are a
cord,
distraction.
and in fact, I think my next slide is to. Oh yeah, here's my
Look at that
last
one.
Is that cord?
turn.
Look at that one.
Is that cord?
That's his
So
last
that's
turn.
about as far as I could go, and after that, the thing would start to disappear. I don't know why, but the graphics would not allow me to.
Computer says no, Jesse. No, Jesse. No. You're just bending a bridge. Look what you've done to the bridge.
These humps are ridiculous now.
He's turned it in his software into this like ridiculous thing.
Look how steep them things are. Those risers. I mean,
I think these two lines here, they were together at the beginning, and it's not increased in size, in length. Here, from here to here, is still in the middle of the picture. So he said he's been zooming in, but there's been no zooming in. Like, what? What did you just watch?
That's all that's been happening.
Taken in by it, everybody. This guy has been pretending to be a surveyor. Is it any wonder he's not around anymore? See if we can call back Jesse to explain this bullshit.
Turn this anymore.
Wouldn't let
That's
him
as far
do
as
it.
I could get.
The computer said no, Jesse. Stop it. Listen.
And in fact, I think my next slide is to. Oh yeah, here's my last turn, and so that's about as far as I could go. And after that, the thing would start to disappear. I don't know why, but the graphics would not allow me to turn this anymore. That's as far as I could get, and so I made a screenshot of that.
Turn it.
So here's the side view again, and that's my midpoint 981.
Read it. Read it. 9. What's it
9,
say?
bitch.
9, bitch. Like, how can nobody see this? Holy.
9, bitch.
Well, I haven't got my glasses. But yeah, I could go.
Phenomenal. Phenomenal.
God. Okay.
This is what we deal with on a daily basis.
Just be a coincidence, right? Just a pure coincidence that after telling Soundly his picture's useless and the only thing that matters is the actual measurements, then telling him the computer wouldn't let him turn it anymore and put any more hump in it. And yeah, look at this, a chord.
Cross section.
Yeah, this is an elevation profile. 28.457 meters. Is Blue Marble still around? Well done, Blue. This is your 90-foot hump. It's there. Jesse Kozlowski's there. Jesse Kozlowski dumped this on everybody and then fucked off. Oh, man. Well done.
Having looked at, I gotta say this because this is the first time I've seen this. Having looked at it now in retrospect from the beginning, I would start thinking that Jesse is a flat earther taking the piss out of everybody.
Absolutely.
That's what I would guess.
Yeah.
That would be my guess.
He's practicing wizard, right? He's not really said anything other than, like, obviously he's laughing his head off when he says this stupid shit. And he's getting away with it. It's one of the best setups there is. No wonder he's not around. He'd be chuckling away. What, he's left him, dumped it, boom. Deal with that, lads.
If anybody wants to check this math,
if anybody wants to check his math,
chord is 28 point, like
check
rounded off to 5 28.5, let's say, or 28.46 if you want to go.
Anybody want to check the math? Does anybody?
Blue
Anyone
Marble
want
has.
to check the math?
Blue Marble's checked it. It's like Blue Marble's made videos about it. It's definitely true mathematically. A hump of over 90 foot in the middle of 28 meters. Hump of water in the middle of Lake Pontchartrain.
That's great.
Yeah.
And this is the length.
Have you ever turned?
This is the length.
A straight line. Have you ever turned a straight line into a curved line? He has.
He turned it. He turned it.
Yeah.
Turn it.
Yeah. Literally turned it into a curve.
And he's definitely got this distance here, right? This is a straight line distance because a chord is definitely a straight line distance. So that would be the straight line distance from one end of the bridge to the other end of the bridge. Remember that. Okay? Very, very important that you remember this chord is the straight line.
It's the length of the bridge.
It'll come in, from one end of the bridge to the other.
The first level point that I kept in my sample to the last level point. And that's the distance.
So the first level point to the last level point on the bridge, this is the distance, this one here, this blue line that he's calling a chord. He's turned this bit on his computer all the way up there. You saw him do it.
So pretty interesting that shape that you just showed us there, Jesse. Would you like to expound on that a little bit?
This shape right here?
Yeah.
Well, it looks curved to me.
That shape that he just turned in his computer. Like, which shape? Yeah. I just turned it in my computer. My computer went, no more. That's where it started to stop. Soundly's fucking chuffed to bits like Gurning. Look at that.
He's thinking, he's looking at it going, that looks a lot like my picture. Sorry, Ian, sorry.
Ooh, I like that curve.
I also have to
Is that
say,
where you're going with this? I mean-
if you extend those curved lines from that curve right there, I would say, wouldn't you say their globe is a little small? I mean, that's a six mile stretch of
He
bridge.
might have overturned it in the computer a little bit. yes.
Okay. All right. Yeah, all right. Very good. Okay. Thank you.
Overturned.
But I mean, he's impressed Soundly, and that's all we're after here, right?
That's all
This
that
is
matters.
Soundly's stream dedicated to Soundly. I know he's.
Look
loving
at Soundly's
it.
face.
Yeah,
He's happy. He's a happy guy right there. Look at that.
yeah, he likes to see that. It's the first thing, right? Because Jesse's been talking about planes and aliens and tilting plumb bobs, triangles that are bigger than triangles, all of that sort of stuff. And this is the first time he gets to see. Look at it. So happy.
It's kind of obvious, right?
Yeah. Looks a little similar to photography, don't you think?
Yeah. Well, don't let the cat out of the bag yet.
Yeah, see, there you go, Kev. You spotted it before Soundly did, or you spotted his enjoyment of
Yeah.
Keep in mind, these are level. I mean, if you look at these, except for the humps,
Exactly.
these are all at 5'7", 5'7", 5'7".
Exactly.
5'7". The
5'7".
thing was built to be level above that water.
And it doesn't matter how much you turn it in your computer. It's like the actual bridge. He did say at the beginning, right? It doesn't matter what you're looking at. The actual positions of the bridge do not change, right? The physical locations, doesn't matter how many times you turn it on your computer. He's clever at what he does.
So, I don't know. Do we really need to talk about the difference between level and flat?
Exactly. It's level and curved.
Yeah.
Right now, that saying,
man.
right, doesn't mean much today because of the times have changed. But back in the day, that was the first time I ever heard that said with such confidence. So here's Jesse, claimed to be a surveyor, and
water. So I don't know. Do we really need to talk about the difference between level and flat?
Exactly. It's level and curved.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. No, that's a contradiction. It's what you call a oxymoron. Level and curved. When you're talking about an elevation profile. But that's okay.
It's actually amazingly level considering the distance that they had to build this thing.
I'm telling you, it's really
for 24 miles. They're very consistent, don't you think?
It's awesome. It is
it's an amazing.
It is an amazing
piece of architecture, really. Yeah,
it exactly. is. The way I phrase it is a monument to the curvature of the Earth.
It is a monument.
It's a man-made monument.
Oh, what?
Oh, man. A monument.
I remember hearing that for the first time.
Yeah.
I would swear I double down now. He's taking the piss.
Yeah.
He's got to be taking the piss.
Yeah, but this is back in 2019 or something like that. I mean, that's how much the argument or the non-argument has progressed, right? People have normalized these sort of things. We were having a right laugh at this. I mean, I came here to talk to this Jesse Kozlowski, and the significance of this isn't quite shown yet, but I mean, it will do. You'll see it coming up.
Agree with that.
It really is. So
it really is.
And you can't make this up. I mean, it's just...
You can't make this up, says Jesse, right? With a picture
Jesse
of a
who
fucking
just
made it
this
up. Yeah.
That is exactly what someone would say who just made it up. Oh.
They can't see it. Nobody can see it. And Blue Marble and
graphics, isn't he? Look at him. Sorry, Doug.
Yeah.
He's just smiling because of the graphics still. Look.
He's still looking at that curve going, looks like my picture, that. Looks like my picture. Yeah. But Blue Marble's going to defend this. Blue Marble thinks that 28 meters that Jesse just turned has done the thing.
There it is. I mean, I collected the data.
He collected the data.
Processed it, output it. That's it. Here, and all this is just me trying to create views so you can see it. So there it is.
But he did just curve it, right? He curved it specifically for Soundly, so Soundly could see a curve. And look how happy Soundly was.
And he says he did it so that you could see it.
Yeah.
Because otherwise, what's the alternative, right?
Yeah, you can't see
it.
If
you did it so you could see it, then you can't see it, can you?
Yeah.
But it's there. It's like with everything else. Just trust me. Yes, you can't see it, but trust me, it's there. It's there.
Calculations. It matches the calculations there.
Mm-hmm.
Now, let's see.
Now,
where are we going next? Okay, so there's the cord. You can check.
Sorry, go on.
I was going to say with the pencil, when you used to get it and do the wobbly thing.
Yeah.
That sort of thing, isn't it?
It's a literal magic trick. Jesse's saying something without actually saying something. And this is the best bit. Is Blue Marble still around? He's not come back again. Interesting.
That math if you want. This was pretty cool though. Today I found this morning. I was just doing some searching on I forget what, but I came up.
I was just doing some searching and I forget what, but I came up with this, and now this is Jesse. Well, this is where it really gets interesting, right? So he's just done those things, and then he was Googling this morning and he found this. So let's hear the extension of this.
What I was really trying to find was construction, old historic maybe photography of them building the causeway, and I thought maybe somebody captured some surveyors out there doing the work. I didn't find any of that, but I did find this article. This is from 2011, and somebody, I haven't read the whole thing yet, but he is talking about computing the radius of the Earth using this bridge. So, and so it's interesting. I'm going to take a look at this. I'm just showing you a
That's
couple portions
interesting.
of it. But look what I did here.
It's not finished.
I took a sample.
I remember this. Right, so here we go. We'll come back to this because this is very important.
And so it's interesting. I'm going to take a look at this. I'm just showing you a couple portions of it. But look what I did here.
Look what I did here.
I took a sample, just creating that blue circle is the result of doing what's called a three coplanar points in 3D would describe a circle. So I selected.
Yeah.
It's called a three coplanar points in 3D would describe a circle.
3 coplanar points in 3D would describe a circle. What would 3 coplanar points describe?
Triangle.
A plane. But describing a circle, okay. I mean, let's have a go. Let's carry on with this.
So I selected one of my beginning points, one in the middle, and one at the end.
That's 3. Go back again.
Coplanar points.
3 coplanar points
in 3D would describe a circle. So I selected one of my beginning points, one in the middle, and one at the end.
1, 2, 3. Right. The beginning point, like he said before, and the end point, which were the end points of the chord line that he said. One in the middle.
Making sure that I didn't pick one of the humps. I wanted to make sure I was picking, the points on the level spans.
On the level.
Right. The lower deck, as I call it.
Yeah. And bam, there's the radius of the Earth.
And bam.
Yeah. Yeah, now Blue Marble said it was a vertical plane. And Jesse said he would pick 3 coplanar points. One at the beginning of the bridge, one at the middle of the bridge, and one at the end of the bridge. There's 3 points. 3 coplanar points describe a circle. Blue Marble says it's a vertical plane. So his 3 coplanar points would be on the bridge. One at each end and the one in the middle. Work that one out. Please. I'll put the kettle on. Anyone want to take a stab at it? It's like the twin tangent points. And bam! There's the radius of the Earth. 3 coplanar points. Describing a circle. 3 coplanar points were the beginning of the bridge, the end of the bridge, and in the middle of the bridge, to make sure that you got a level point. And they were all 5.7 something to within 10 centimeters. So may as well call it 5.7. All of them the same. And it describes a circle, apparently. How's that? Anyone?
I don't know how he invented the circle here.
Do you want to hear it again? In case in case you're like Soundly, a little bit confused. But I mean, there are blue marble scientists now screaming, "How can you be so stupid, Bev?" Because if one point would make a circle, wouldn't it? If you're having the elevation from using the 5 laws of rumpus, 5 laws of globe from rumpus.
Describe a circle.
Listen.
So I selected three points.
3 coplanar points.
3 coplanar points in 3D, would describe a circle. So I selected one of my beginning points, one in the middle, and one at the end, making sure that I didn't pick one of the humps. I wanted to make sure I was picking, the points on the level spans.
Right. The lower deck, as I call it.
And bam, there's the radius of the Earth from that. And I did 2 of them. I didn't even do
it twice. He did it twice. Bam.
A bunch. I did 2. A couple of them. And then I looked up a calculator that gives you the radius by latitude, and we're right about at 30 here. The south end of the bridge is at 30. The north end is at 20 minutes. I just went with 30. And
so let me pause you here.
Now, you may be absolutely flummoxed by what Jesse just said, but you wouldn't be a blue marble geometrist or a blue marble sophist or anything. So you're not meant to understand this. You can't understand it. This is something that you will never understand. How you can have 3 coplanar points to make a circle, and how you can have a vertical circle and get 3 points on the circumference. I think that's what he's trying to say. But then you would have to have the bridge on the circumference, and really strange for how he was talking about the triangulation and everything. But hey, this is why Jesse's not around anymore. Sadly, Jesse can't explain any of this shit. So we've got people like Blue Marble Science and the Blue Marble Scientist crew to be able to explain it, because they've spent 4 years studying this. Blue Marble's about to explain it, how you can make a circle from 3 coplanar points.
Just make sure that everybody in the chat or anybody that's listening right now that
minutes that gives you the radius by latitude, and we're right about at 30 here. The south end of the bridge is at 30. The north end is at 20 minutes. I just went with 30. And
so let me pause you here and just
pause it.
Make sure that everybody in the chat or anybody that's listening right now that may have started reading the chat and not really paying attention, pay attention here. Okay.
Listen.
Jesse has measured the curvature of the Earth, and he has measured the radius based on that curvature. That's what Jesse did.
He did.
So there is no presupposing R anymore. Okay.
No, we have R.
It has been directly measured by Jesse Kozlowski.
Directly.
During Globe Earth Tour
with a ruler.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, 3 coplanar points directly measured it. Bam. There's the radius of the Earth. That's how you do it. You wave your magic wand. Do a Kozlowski on it. Magic. 3 coplanar points and bam. There's the radius of the Earth. We have R. You've had it for 19 years, since 2019. Globe Tourism 2019. Listen to it again. This is such a build-up, this. Soundly. Laying it on Jesse.
Engineer. Okay.
Listen here.
Jesse has measured the curvature of the Earth, and he has measured the radius based
Yes.
on that curvature. That's
Yes.
what Jesse
Agreement
did.
by Jesse.
I did.
So there
He did.
is there is no
He said he did.
presupposing R anymore. Okay.
No, we have R.
It has been directly measured by Jesse Kozlowski during Globe Earth Tourism 2019.
Yeah.
So
Roger that.
R is no longer presupposed.
So you could actually ask any surveyor, right? Could they measure 3 coplanar points? Because that's probably one of the things we were asking, at the side of the canal spot on. Equal elevation, right? A coplanar. And like Jesse said there, right? At even elevation, all the way across, same elevation, 3 points. He made sure to get the middle one on the same level. And bam, there's the radius of the Earth. So anybody can do this. Any surveyors, any 3 points at even elevation, can measure you the radius. You too can measure the radius of the Earth, like Jesse Kozlowski did. Dead easy, 3 coplanar points. I guess that would mean, though, right, that they're in a direct straight line. Like, he can't have swapped lanes from the starting position to the ending position. They must be really accurate on that, on that planar. Because that's what the plane he's talking about, right? The dead straight line. That dead straight one, the plane. So, where we go?
Oh, it's actually
was.
It's monumented.
Monumented.
It is a concrete monument, 20 some miles long. So here's what happened here. I did a comparison of what, and again, I didn't sit here and calculate this myself. I just picked these 3 points. You could pick.
He didn't sit there and calculate it himself. Soundly's literally just said he measured it. And Jesse, what did Jesse say?
I did a comparison of what, and again, I didn't sit here and calculate this myself. I just picked these 3 points. You could pick.
He didn't calculate it himself.
No, he didn't calculate it himself.
No?
He measured it. So
Well,
that's what Soundly said.
Soundly said he measured it. He didn't even
measured it
yeah.
directly.
Mm.
Directly, the radius. Now, how would you directly measure the radius of a sphere?
Yeah, and Jesse says, I didn't even calculate it myself. So what has been done?
He went to the center of the Earth. This is simple. He made it.
Jesse Kozlowski.
It's a word salad.
Such a good guy for the... Is it any wonder he's not around anymore? He must be busy doing all of this. I mean, his name's going to go down in history, isn't it? I mean, it's a shame that there's only 35 people watching us here. They're not being able to see what the groundbreaking stuff that Jesse Kozlowski's done.
I guess you could pick a whole sampling of them. And by the way, this is just the southbound lane.
Just one lane.
I didn't even look at the northbound
Didn't
yet.
even bother looking at the other one.
But we're within 0.5%, right? Somebody can check my math, but that is what we see here.
So he didn't calculate it himself, but check my math.
Yeah, and that's
Do people hear the words?
That's what we see here.
This is why we're on the words, guys. This is because the words mean things. Did he even hear himself say what he said? I didn't calculate it myself, but check my math. Whose math? My math. The one I didn't calculate because I said I didn't calculate it myself.
Sophistry, right? Saying the art of saying absolutely nothing whilst waffling and making it sound like you are saying something.
Amazing.
Pretty
Great
good
job.
measurement, I'd have to say, Jesse.
I think so. I think so.
Great
That still won't stop me from going up to Maine. See here.
Listen.
So they did a
pretty
great
good
job.
measurement, I'd have to say, Jesse.
I think so. That still won't stop me from going up to Maine to do the Alberuni method. I want to definitely.
He wants to go up to some place in America to go and do the Alberuni method. I wonder why. Why is that, Jesse?
Meet up with Just a Maniac. He's on YouTube, Just a Maniac. Take a look.
Have a look. He's on YouTube. You won't find him.
A surveyor up in Maine, and he's in my Facebook group, Geodetic Surveying Facebook group, and he did the Alberuni method using
Alberuni
zenith angles to the horizon of the ocean.
Zenith angles to the horizon of the ocean. He did an Alberuni. Wonder if he measured it flat like Nathan Oakley.
From a mountaintop. And
wonder if he measured the mountaintop like Alberuni did. To be flat. And if you went up to the top of the mountain to measure the mountain flat.
This spring I got to go do that. It's just something I want to do.
It's something he wants to do. He wants to do the Alberuni method with the guy called Just a Maniac that may or may not live in Maine. That you can go and find out. Go on.
I'm sorry, this was in 2019, right? Did he ever do that?
That's do you know who Just a Maniac is?
Is that the Maine surveyor, so-called?
The guy that may or may not live in Maine, yeah. Yeah, so he wasn't, when Jesse did this, that guy wasn't called. He was called Just a Maniac, and he was in Jesse Kozlowski's Facebook group doing Alberunis from mountains.
Almost like they need the cred of being a surveyor for some reason. I wonder why.
Yeah. His special Facebook group. I don't know whether you're allowed in his Facebook group or not. He blocked me from Twitter. Jesse did. That's why I'm here at Discord. I wanted to come and talk to him. He's still never really bothered, except for saying that the water level drops from horizontal.
So what are these guys doing?
What are they doing?
Well, they're checking the lumber, right?
What's the nervous, giggly laugh for? He's not very good at this. I think his poker face is terrible. Why laugh at people looking down pieces of wood to check that they're straight?
Sure, it's straight. Everybody understands this, but everyone freaks out when they're looking at your photography thinking you have somehow magically changed the shape of the bridge.
Remember what Jesse said at the beginning? That the actual positions on the bridge don't change. But he's now just said a contradictory thing.
It's just, I don't know. I shake my head. I don't know how to I can't take that seriously, I guess. But that's what they want to do. So here, let's take this circle. We're going to turn it a little bit, turn it a little more. I mean, doesn't that make sense? If you turn the thing and look at it straight on, it's going to change shape. Why? What? From perspective, right? So that's why.
It was perspective. Do you want to see an example of perspective? Right?
They want to do. So here, let's take this circle. We're going to turn it a little bit, turn it a little more. I mean, doesn't that make sense? If you turn the thing and look at it straight on, it's going to change shape. Why? What? From perspective, right?
So I bet you didn't know that, right? Put your hand in front of your face, right? And so you're looking at the palm, and then turn it. That's perspective, that.
No, it is not perspective. This
Are you
is
sure?
just rotation of the object.
Jesse said that's perspective. Are you saying that Jesse isn't really a trusted authority on turning things? Because he did very well at turning his bridge. Look at the smile that Soundly got when Jesse turned his bridge. So he can turn a circle and do the same sort of thing. And look, this is laying a paralogism, right? This is how you do it.
Sense if you turn the thing and look at it straight on, it's going to change shape. Why? What? From perspective, right? So that's why I made this video called The Clown Frown Found, because we found the clown frown. And this is the thing that flat earthers want to see. They want to look out on the horizon and they want to see a curve like this.
Who wants to see a curve like that? Of what, the horizon?
I cannot see any curve here.
No, but who wants to see a curve? The flat earthers want to see a curve. Is that what Jesse's talking about? Listen again to his words.
Frown. And this is the thing that flat earthers want to see. They want to look out on the horizon and they want to see a curve like this.
Do they? I would really like to talk to flat earthers that want to see the curve like this, like Jesse just said, like a clown frown.
But that doesn't make any sense.
Because doesn't make any sense either, no. Because it's all horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon.
Because the distance from here to here is small compared to the distance from here out to here. And this telescope is set level, and you notice that the horizon does not rise to eye level.
Well, everybody make sure they've got that right.
This thing's only about 12 feet elevation. Yet I'm way over top of that lighthouse. Now, I'm going to just show you this.
I point out that surveyors don't put their tools and look out over water, usually, right? Most of Jesse's and the people that you'll see will have these sort of shots, and it's not general. It's not, in fact, it's just not surveying procedure at all.
Because it helps, I think, get across this whole idea about, what is it? The angle of attack? Is that what it is?
Right.
Okay, so everybody should understand that this is a side view, right?
Side view. Side view of a ball? Or a side view of a circle? A side view of what? Everybody should just understand it's a side view.
This is, you're here and you're looking that way, right? So what happens if we turn that chart? So if I'm holding...
Right, are you with this? I don't know if anybody's ever seen this before. This one, it didn't last the time, and nobody ever picked up on this as a, obviously.
Holding that chart in my hands, and I turn it, and turn it a little more, you know.
He's talking about a side view, obviously, of a circle now. It wasn't a sphere before that we were looking at a side view of. It was just a circle. And he's turned it. Has he turned it, or has he just squashed it? Who can tell?
Now I'm looking down it, and everything's compressed. Right?
Yeah.
Isn't that what happens?
Right.
Isn't that what happens? And Soundly says, right?
Yeah, because so what?
I've never seen anybody do this before, and I don't think you'll ever see anybody ever do it again. But this is the great Jesse Kozlowski explaining to Soundly how to turn a circle. and then asking soundly, isn't that what happens? And soundly answering, yes. Do it again.
Now I'm looking down it and everything's compressed. Right?
Yeah.
Isn't that what happens?
Right.
So now let's compare that to this. If I set this aside, let me move this over a little bit. Bring the chart here. And we're going to just zoom in because this thing's only about, 8 miles away. So we're going to just zoom into this little area right there. And we're looking in that direction, which looks that way. See how that looks? You're looking out. Okay. And so the curve drops away from the horizontal tangent downward like that. That's how it works.
Right.
So that would be a measured vertical distance. That's a difference from here to here. This is a measured, look, it's there. It's in the screen. Almost as if you were to put a measuring rod there. You could imagine that you could measure a vertical change, right? And as Jesse knows, and Blue Marble knows, and everybody knows, this measured distance here from this vertical is called an elevation change. Measured. And that's what Jesse's talking about. Measured elevation change.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know why people can't understand that.
People can understand that. It's dead obvious. That's a measured vertical elevation change of the drop of the water in the distance, right? Who can't see that? Is everybody all right with that?
I am not all right because horizon is where it is, and horizontal, this midpoint, is where it was set up. So, and Jesse even said that horizon is not going to eye level; it means to horizontal. So, it is obvious that there is a gap between horizontal and horizon.
Mm-hmm.
So now he is suddenly making a point from that there is drop in level or what? No, it is not. This is this gap which always was and always be between horizontal and horizon. This is it. Not a drop. Just gap between horizon and horizontal.
But that would be there where he's put that red arrow. Jesse's a surveyor, don't forget, right? And that red arrow would represent a distance, right? And with his drawing that he's done there, it's a change. It's a vertical change measured in the alto level. Like the fact that we can't actually put a number to it is irrelevant. He's drawn an arrow there, and it comports to the picture to the left-hand side of it that says there's a measurable vertical change in the picture, which is the scope of a theodolite.
Yeah, so he is. This is his trick, because as things are, let's say, measuring rod will go smaller and smaller in distance. So he is changing this drop, this angular size change. He is converting into a drop of the level. I think that this is what he is doing now. So angular change of angular size, because as things are going farther and farther away from us, they will be smaller and smaller. It means that more centimeters or meters will occupy the same space between horizon and horizontal, this midpoint. And he is naming this drop of the level.
No, he's not naming it anything, because
Okay.
you're doing that, right?
Okay.
All he's saying there, and all I'm saying as well, is that Jesse Kozlowski is telling Soundly and all of the other guys that there is a measurable drop there. Right? He's put it, it's a big arrow. You can measure it. It's Jesse Kozlowski's telling everyone that they can do it. He's the guy.
Yes, but on the side picture, he's showing what it is in his, let's say, model.
Yeah.
So we can see this curving surface of the supposedly Earth or level.
That's what he imagines, yeah. But you can see it as a measurable change.
Yes, and he's naming this drop the vertical drop. So there is a drop counted in meters or centimeters. This is a real drop, but this drop which occurs in optical reality, let's say, this is change of angular size only.
Yeah, well, what you can do is, right, because don't forget, he did compare the straight line to the chord, which you could actually do there, right? Because that the black line there is parallel to the chord that's underneath it, right?
Yes.
No, so you could imagine that straight line from one to the other, rather than going down, if you're stood at one end of the bridge, you've got the hump in the middle. 28 meters, it's higher, right?
Yes,
so therefore you would be able to measure it in the auto level or the theodolite, right? That would be a measurable thing. Jesse's telling them you can measure it. He's done 3 coplanar points. All you have to do is do 3 coplanar points and you can measure the circle. So like anyone can do it, right? So whenever anybody's saying that they don't have proof, they do. Jesse Kozlowski's showing them how to do it. He's definitely been speaking with Jesse Kozlowski, with Blue Marble Science. And Brenda's had a word with Jesse Kozlowski. Who else? Reg Rhetoric, he was talking to Jesse Kozlowski.
But by the way, this is what Jesse Kozlowski is now showing. This is Chaiki's proof for Blackpool Tower.
Yeah.
So this is where this is the point where Chaiki is arguing that this
measurable job.
Yeah. Yes. This is it. Yeah.
This is the measurable thing that Chaiki's trying to put Blackpool Tower as a measurement to, in the distance, a measurable drop. Yeah.
So answer for Chaiki is this is change of angular size. This gap is the same, but things are getting smaller and smaller in distance. So the same space, if you are standing away from this auto level or theodolite or whatever it is, this would be like 1 centimeter gap. But if you are moving away and away, this gap is filled with more stuff in between.
Yeah.
So
well, like what it actually is irrelevant, right? I mean, we're going over what Jesse Kozlowski's saying, and that's a vertical change. Yeah.
Yes, and this is Chaiki argument.
Yeah.
After Kozlowski.
And Blue Marble Science, obviously, because Blue Marble Science is
completely nonsensical and ridiculous.
But
they cannot see that.
It's a surveyor, Jesse Kozlowski. They've got documents for it and everything. This is how surveying's done. Jesse Kozlowski's the guy. I mean, he's not finished yet.
Seems pretty straightforward to me, Jesse.
Seems pretty straightforward.
When were you in China?
Here we go, another one.
You took this picture, right?
I've never been in China.
Oh, well, then there must be a Soundly in China, because somebody in China took this picture of this bridge. And you know what? I think they're I think they took these lamps up here and they used them as a fence.
What is Jesse talking about? Nervous laughter.
I think they're I think they took these lamps up here and they used them as a fence. You know, to prevent people from jumping off or something.
Anyone? Anyone?
I have no idea
What's that?
what
A
he's
fence?
talking about.
What's he talking about?
He's talking about these lamps.
Yeah,
or what?
these lamps that go up here. He's put a circle round them, and they've made a fence to stop people from jumping off. I don't know. He thinks it's funny. It might be a blue marble science joke or something. I don't know. I don't get it. If anybody does, tell us the humor.
I think they are in the middle, as all of these lamps are in the middle.
Yeah.
And they, in this so-called hump, they are all also in the middle.
They're following exactly the same bit in the middle of the road.
So they will not prevent anyone from jumping.
Yeah.
Because they are in the middle.
But listen to this again. Listen to the way he says it.
Lamps up here and they used them as a fence. You know, to prevent people from jumping off or something. And you know what? I think the pilings, you see these columns and these piles, they just had to use more and more and more of them. They're just closer and closer together. Oh.
Is this sort of, I don't know, perspective humor? I don't know.
Yes. Because they are just merging together, so they are, let's say, more dense in number, in perspective. So what? This is obvious, but I cannot see what the point is.
Stock video, right? New Orleans, October. Traffic crossing the Lake Pontchartrain Causeway at dusk. $65. Standard definition. Video clip length 12 seconds. Frames per second 29.97. $65. And he's using this as a clip. I don't know, again.
Okay, so here we are in 2005. You've mastered the Mandela effect, haven't you? You've gone back in time and you took these pictures, didn't you?
Grandpa's.
What is he going on about?
Soundly does have a time machine, so you never know.
So, I found these today and I thought, oh my God.
He's found them today as well.
He's
sounds like he's hastily prepared this thing, because half of the stuff he's talked about he's just found today and he's added into it.
Everyone's
presentation
attacking you for the pictures you've taken, but these pictures have been taken before, and it was you, wasn't it?
Exactly. I went back in time.
So
is anybody attacked soundly for taking pictures? I don't know.
Now here's this History Channel did this video. I think it's from like 2003, and look what I found. Dun, dun, dun. Look at that. Oh my.
Do you want to?
I found these today and I thought, oh my God. Okay, so everyone's attacking you for the pictures you've taken, but these pictures have been taken before. And it was you, wasn't it?
Exactly. I went back in time.
So now here's this.
Right. Anybody what's this over here, right? What? I mean, I know that's a bridge, and I know it looks like a bridge, but tell me what's going on.
This History Channel did this video. I think it's from like 2003, and look what I found. Dun, dun, dun.
Anyone?
I have no idea what he is trying to show.
3. Like, I don't know. It's not funny. I don't get the joke. Jesse thinks it's funny.
Look at that. Oh my God.
What's he doing? He's putting circles round humps.
I would say that he is mocking
I would
soundly
say as
and his
well.
audience.
I would say. Getting away with it.
Oh, see?
Look at that one. Yeah, you can actually see it kind of going over the horizon, maybe right there at the very end.
Yeah, looks curved to me. Dun, dun.
Seriously.
So yeah, that was aired on in 2003.
It was aired in 2003.
Nice.
Yeah.
Now this is what we all came to see. People who look at Walter, people that look at Walter Bislin's blog will recognize this styling.
Walter Bislin, shout out to Walter Bislin, who has been in the chat. Thank you, Walter.
Awesome.
For all of your awesome work. Really awesome.
Yeah, I'm just smiling here. So he took the data that I sent him initially and created this app, and it's under development. So let's realize there's still things to be done with it, and I'm not really good at using it. I'm going to try my best to demonstrate it tonight. But so here's a kind of a side view, but now you come over here, and this is about from, like, say, the hotel, and it looks a lot like your photo. In fact, the rental car I had was a submarine car. I had to go underwater, that's over there.
So just to clarify,
are you hearing this? Are you hearing Jesse Kozlowski? Listen again.
The rental car I had was a submarine car. I had to go underwater, that's over
so
there.
just to clarify, this
The rental car was a submarine. And if you weren't aware of Jesse Kozlowski taking the piss out of Soundly, it's just basically told him he had a submarine car in order to get through the hump of water.
I had was a submarine car. I had to go underwater, that's over
so
there.
just to clarify, this is your data that Walter has taken, and he
Yes.
has rendered it in a 3D space.
Yes.
And this is what we're getting.
Yes.
So that's Jesse's data, right? And Walter Bislin's rendered it in a 3D space. This is Lake Pontchartrain. This is Lake Pontchartrain. Jesse Kozlowski's data. Isn't that right, Blue?
And
Very interesting.
Yeah,
Very interesting.
it is really. It's just awesome. So these are he took the XYZ coordinates. He wrote his own program to convert them back to Latin long.
He wrote his own program. That's Walter Bislin.
He computed. He's done absolute.
He's gonna say, right? Walter Bislin. Well, let's see.
He took the XYZ coordinates. He wrote his own program to convert them back to Latin long. He computed. I mean, he's done absolute geodetic.
Absolute geodetic what?
He converted back,
Uh-huh. He converted it. Yeah, he took the data and created his own program to convert it.
Converted back.
No, he's just converted it. He's just converted
No,
it to
he said
this.
converted. He said converted back.
To this. This is his data. Jesse's admitted that this is his data that Walter took and wrote his own program to convert it. And he's done absolute geodetic. Anybody?
Z coordinates. He wrote his own program to convert them back to lat and long. He computed. He's done absolute geodetic software writing. I mean,
he's done absolute geodetic wizardry, but turned to software writing. He's done absolute geodetic software writing.
He wrote his own program to convert them back to lat and long. He computed. He's done absolute geodetic software writing. I mean, it's like he's got all the calculations in here.
He's got all of the calculations in there, all of them. Absolute geodetic software writing to convert the original data back to what?
Lat and long, as he said.
But they weren't measured in lat and long.
Yes, that's why I pointed out this word back.
Yeah.
Back to what? To nothing.
It's awesome.
It's awesome.
Well, here's the side view. And
elevation profile.
You're not going to see the curve from the side.
Right.
You're not going to see the curve from the elevation profile. Don't worry. That's always where you don't see the curve in the elevation profile. Except if there is a curve there, then you would see it in elevation profile.
See, that's the whole point. But you can measure it. It's there. You can measure it.
Well, you can
The
measure
actual shape, and I'd like to point this out too. We're talking about.
He said you can measure it, and I'm taking it. Blue Marble showed that Jesse Kozlowski was measuring the elevation above the internal tangent plane. What Jesse called the chord. Blue Marble called it the internal tangent plane.
About the actual shape of the Earth. This is like going out and touching it. It's like including a whole other sense. It's not just an observation of a photograph. It's not photographic. It's not optical. There's no refraction involved here. This is us going out and literally touching the surface of the bridge and saying, this is what the geometry actually is.
Listen to him.
This is geometry.
This is what the geometry actually is. Listen back out. He's given a big lead up here.
The actual shape, and I'd like to point this out too. We're talking about the actual shape of the Earth. This is like going out and touching it. It's like including a whole other sense. It's not just an observation of a photograph. It's not photographic. It's not optical. There's no refraction involved here. This is us going out and literally touching the surface of the bridge and saying, this is what the geometry actually is.
So yeah, let's tie it both together. You're right. There's no telescope involved here. This is just 3D points as a result of that GPS survey, which matches the old school survey. Those surveyors who laid this thing out and the guys who built this level across that water. I mean, like I said, it's a standing monument to the curvature of the Earth. There.
So he's saying that there'd be some plans somewhere where the elevation of 28 meters, was it? 28 and a half meters has an extra height in the middle. Like he said. This is a 28 meters higher across this line here. Actually measurable. Soundly and Jesse, and obviously Blue Marble Science. He's doing the same sort of thing as well.
There it is.
Measurable.
And this, again, is the Earth-centered, Earth-fixed coordinates. So these are X, Y, and Z coordinates plotted in a 3D space.
Yes.
And this is what you get.
That's right. So, and again, I just want to point out that, you know, that is the northbound. There I am over in Mandeville, turning around, and then I came back and did the southbound. So, and there it is from the side. You're not going to see curvature from the side. Just, you know, you're talking a couple of 100 feet on end to end from the side view.
Couple of 100 feet end to end from the side view. What's he talking about? What couple of 100 feet? Where? Couple of 100 feet. You know, I would have thought quite important for doing a bridge.
So just keep it in mind. This is how it works. Everybody's checked a piece of lumber. Make sure you're buying leave all that curvy lumber over there in the pile over there, and you walk out with nice straight pieces, right? So here is.
Can I just point out that Wally in the chat has said, that's not an elevation profile, Bev. That's a side elevation. Hashtag shouty, not the same thing. So a side elevation isn't the same as an elevation profile. Somehow. In Wally's mind. They're different. A side profile, a front profile, a rear profile, they're not the same as an elevation profile.
The side, there's the side.
Thanks, Wally.
One of those marine spans, right?
Right.
So their History Channel took, there they are, they're out there in a boat. You haven't yet taken a picture like this, have you? From the side. You haven't been out on
I haven't been out in a boat, right?
Yeah.
No,
So
it's not been
they
out
did
on the
it.
boat.
They did it for us. Okay, side view, straight.
He's been there for 3 years doing this research, and he's never actually been out on a boat. Here goes out on a boat.
Straight on view. Side view, straight on view. Side view, straight on view.
Right.
Straight line, curved line. Straight line, curved line.
Just just think lumber.
Yes, exactly.
Yes. Okay. This is not hard, people.
Well,
just think lumber. Just think pool cues. I don't know why. Jesse Kozlowski. Supposed to be a surveyor, isn't he? You don't remember when he said doesn't really matter what it looks like.
Just to point out that marine hump is, I think, a mile long, maybe? The total marine hump?
We can measure it.
Okay, yeah.
You know
we
what
have
I
the
mean?
data.
I've got
We
the
have
data. It's a gentle rise. You
Yeah.
come up and over, and you go like that. And I've got all those points.
Right. And so this is a wide angle camera. I like to point out a wider angle than normal camera, probably like a 50 millimeter camera. And we're getting less than a mile, side to side here.
Yeah.
Maybe a mile. And whenever you zoom in from the side, you're only going to get like a handful of pylons. Like,
if you zoom
you're just
in,
not going to be able to get any amount of length worth looking at of the causeway from the side. So it's just so silly when you hear people say things like go to the side, take a picture from 90 degrees away. It's like you have to be 20 miles away to do that, and you'd have to have a 60-degree field of view. How are you even going to see the bridge?
He's forgot already that Jesse says it doesn't matter what you take the picture of, because the actual elevations and the actual physical points are the only things that matter. But Soundly's fixed on. He likes taking pictures. He's a picture guy. He obviously didn't hear Jesse when he said that.
You can't even see it from that distance.
Yeah.
Not to mention that both ends are going to be falling off behind the horizon.
It's amazing we had to go.
Both ends. Did you hear that?
You can't even see it from that distance.
Yeah.
Not to mention that both ends are going to be falling off behind the horizon.
Both ends are going to be falling off outside the horizon, says Soundly.
It's amazing we had to go through this to make the obvious, but it sure was fun. I was glad to do it. So there it is. That's the.
So it's worth doing things to show that the obvious is obvious. To be praised.
Q-stick lumber view. Okay.
Yeah.
And that's what it looks like. So, yeah. And I think the next slide is what I just got minutes before we went on
Walter,
air.
Yeah, Walter sent this to us just before we went on air.
Oh, wait.
Uh-oh.
First I have to...
Where is it?
No, it's going to be the last. It's the last.
Oh, it's the last thing. Just hang around. It's almost here.
Yeah.
The money shot is almost here. We've had a lot of money shots, but this is the really money shot.
I wanted to mention the FE Core Flat Earth scientists because they just put out a video a couple of days ago.
Did he say the FE Core Flat Earth scientists? Let me go back and go. Listen to what Jesse calls them.
Money shots, but this is the really money shot.
I wanted to mention the FE Core Flat Earth scientists because...
What a scientist it is, really. So that's similar to the Blue Marble scientists, right? The mythical ones that Blue Marble was talking about. So Jesse was just getting in, like, we should point out there that I'm pretty sure that Jesse Kozlowski is actually talking about the mythical flat earth scientists. I might put that out. We don't want to be spreading any misinformation like Jesse Kozlowski there. On behalf of Jesse Kozlowski, we would like to apologise to point out that, like Blue Marble has said, these scientists, like the Blue Marble scientists and the Flat Earth scientists, they're not real. They're a mythical group of people. So Jesse Kozlowski, being the surveyor for the Blue Marble community, he's joking again. Like, he didn't laugh with that one, though. Strangely enough, he was laughing at all of the other ones. So that may be how you know when Jesse Kozlowski's joking, is that he doesn't laugh. When he's laughing, he must be being serious about.
They just put out a video a couple of days ago, and I listened to some of it. They've got quite a lineup of experiments that they're going to be doing involving lasers, some type of force the level tests. There were a number of them, and
they didn't. They just seemed to take everybody's money and do fuck all. But it was good while it lasted, right? The hope of Flat Earth being able to do something rather than take money.
I'm offering the data here. If you want to analyze this data, here are the raw files. These are binary encrypted files. No one can, you can't tamper with that file format. I've exported the file format to an ASCII RINEX converted. RINEX stands for Receiver Independent Exchange Format. That is available if anybody wants to post-process this data. Here's the navigation file, and there it is.
Boom! Look at that. Wow.
Now,
can you kind of
Can I just...
that is
Right, so he's getting bored soundly. It's one of the bits I quite liked. I don't know whether we can... Yeah, I don't think I can change the size of it. But watch soundly. He's getting bored of all of these numbers and Jesse talking about that. And he's just mid-yawn. And he's trying to hold it back, right? Yeah. Quite one of the funny bits. Right at the moment that Jesse Kozlowski puts his picture up that he's been waiting for all of this time. So watch Soundly's face.
available. If anybody wants to post-process this data, here's the navigation file. And there it is.
Boom! Look at that.
Oh, do you want to watch it again?
Navigation file.
He's happy again.
And
watch his face though just before.
There it is.
Boom! Look at that.
Oh, look at that. He's put a load of dots on it. And he's even put the special I don't know, what would you call that? That was the submarine car, wasn't it? He's put the submarine car bit on it. And as you can see there, it's so accurate that even the humps match up here. And like the deck of the road there.
Yes, they match.
And,
yes.
and this bit here, look how close that is to the actual bridge that goes over there in the distance. It's obvious that it's perfect. I mean, he's just put the he's put it out. He couldn't even stretch it out to make it fit. Like, what's that? It looks a mess. How could you pretend that's something? But hey, yeah, this brilliant.
Wow.
Wow.
Now,
you can even kind of see some refraction going on there.
I think so.
Refraction where?
Refraction in the observation versus the actual geometry of the bridge.
Is this refraction then? Is that what he's saying? This is the actual geometry of the bridge. Is that what he's saying?
Who knows? I don't know what he's saying. Where he's noticing this refraction.
Yeah, has anybody ever seen this picture, right? And is there a dam somewhere between this side and this side of the water? Because does this bit down here look lower than this bit up here? Hey, it's Soundly's picture. I don't want to criticise. But look how closely it matches. Wow. Well done, Walter.
Side by side. Compare and contrast. Compare and contrast that with Walter Bislin's models. So we basically have three different things here. We have Walter Bislin modeling it, saying this is what it should look like. You go out and measure it. You say this is what it feels like, and I go and photograph it, and I say this is what it looks like. And
it's what it feels like. When Jesse drove over the bridge, he put the feels into it.
Side, compare and contrast. Compare and contrast that with Walter Bislin's models. So we basically have three different things here. We have Walter Bislin modeling it, saying this is what it should look like. You go out and measure it. You say this is what it feels like, and I go and photograph it, and I say this is what it looks like. And
correct.
They all agree with each other.
Yes, and keep in mind
they all agree with each other. Can you see Jesse's feels in there? Agreeing with everything? I mean, this definitely looks like a total agreement.
some poetry. I can see some poetry here.
Somebody says, Darren says that this isn't lower over here on this side. It's a wind current line that over on this side. The wind current over here in Soundly's picture. There's so much information you can get out of it. The total agreement of all of this stuff, even this little hump here, total agreement with everything. Everyone's in total agreement.
He could not import all the points. He sparsely displayed, I collected a lot of points. Let's put it that way. 30,
I thought he said every third point or something like
that.
Yeah.
Yeah. So he didn't need, in other words, he didn't need.
Yeah, he 30, it was 1 point every 33 feet. And Walter just used every third point.
A lot of points. Let's put it that way. 30,
I thought he said every third point or something like
that.
Yeah.
So he didn't need, in other words, he didn't need, let me get my mouse going here. He didn't need ... That's sufficient.
Right.
To show you the shape. Sufficient, you don't need to fill it in any denser than that.
That is amazing right there, man.
Now I think it is great. And yeah, so he's working on the app. I'm going to just show the app right now without the photo.
Well, hold on before you leave here.
All right.
Let me make this point, and let me make it very clear.
There we go.
For every debunker that's out there.
Debunker.
Every debunker that hears on a day-to-day basis,
You know who the debunkers are? What are they debunking? Well, anyway, this is Soundly's mention to the debunkers, right? Because of what Jesse said.
Next point, and let me make it very clear. For every debunker that's out there, every debunker that hears on a day-to-day basis, it's all to do with refraction and atmosphere and optics and all that. All of those arguments are completely defeated. Every single picture that we have showing curvature is now back on the board because here we are. We have measurements showing what the actual geometry of the bridge is, completely independent of any optical observation, and it matches the optical observation. And if anything, the optical observation is showing that there is actually refraction occurring that's making it look less curved.
Mm-hmm.
So all of these arguments coming from flat earthers defeated in one stroke right there, just by that data that Jesse went and collected. So use it. Use
it. And that's probably why Chaiki's using that picture that he sent. Use it. Measurable change in elevation in the distance. Submarine cars. But the picture's making it look less curved. Not the fact that Walter Bislin's done software writing and curved it. No. No, it wouldn't have anything to do with Walter Bislin's absolute geodetic software writing.
No, it is seems less curved because of refraction.
Mm-hmm.
Because their refraction, this terrestrial refraction, is making curve straight or more straight.
Yeah.
This is 7/6R refraction.
the data. Use Walter's application.
Let's take a look at it.
Let's have a look
and again,
at
it's under development. So let's.
It's under development, right? This is Walter's application. Under development.
Just see here when you go to this his app.
That's awesome, isn't it?
Isn't it fantastic? And that's just what I needed. I wrote him an email. I said, can you work with these 3D points and bring them in? Because again, I have to emphasize, like what I said at the very beginning, this is not something we would normally do as part of the survey, of a bridge, you would survey the bridge, and then you'd be producing AutoCAD maps of the structure.
So there are AutoCAD maps of the structure, right? That's what would normally happen. So they're already out there. Well, I don't know why he didn't bother using any of those or any of those elevation profiles or anything of the actual bridges. I mean, why don't you do that? It should be easier.
To be used in engineering. We do see more and more 3D type use now that we're doing lots of laser scanning, and drones are involved doing laser scanning and
so that
photography.
Should be good, be dead easy.
And so 3D software is being used a lot. But like I said, I don't have that, and I can barely operate this app. Let me put it that way. But I'd like to learn how. But it's pretty cool. I mean, you throw the points in here, and you can see. You come to the side, and this, as you zoom out, and you go all the way to the side, the span flattens out. Just the way it would if you were out here in a boat.
Yep.
You come over here, you go up into the hotel room.
Exactly.
I think he showed me how to.
There's actually a point on the hotel room, right?
Yeah, it is. It's the triangulated
there it
position.
Is right there.
I think I do Control Shift, click, and that's the view from the hotel.
Wow, look at that. Does that not look exactly like what we saw during the live stream?
Yeah.
Look at that. That's from the hotel room. So this is all of Jesse's points that he collected from the angle of the triangulated hotel room, because Jesse also triangulated the hotel room while we were there.
Yep. Actually, it's the position of your camera. I nailed that. And like I said, here you can see, you don't see when you go down into Manderville, you're below.
That's all below the horizon. That's right. Yeah.
Yeah. I had to roll the windows up.
Below the horizon. He did just say that. Mid-picture horizon. All below it.
You don't see when you go down into Manderville, you're below.
That's all below the horizon. That's right. Yeah.
Yeah. I had to roll the windows up.
Laughing again?
I had to put it in amphibious mode.
Again?
Oh, man. No, the next thing we want to do is get those cell towers,
Yeah.
on here.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
I think that's all I had.
That's really amazing, man.
So again, this is the initial presentation of what we have. I do, like I said, I'm making an offer to anybody that wants to. If anybody has some ideas on how to render it in some way or do some animations, that would be cool.
So Jesse, take that link that you're looking at there and paste it in the chat, so that others can give it a look.
Do I have access to the chat?
Oh, I can do it. Here, I'll do it. I'll do it. Let's see. Let's see.
Or should I send this over to you? I should send this.
Yeah, just send me that link.
Chat.
Send me that link. Yeah. There we go. That'll work.
Where do I send this to you?
Send it to me on Hangouts. Can you do that?
I think so. Let me. I don't think my Hangouts are open. Yeah, they are.
Research flat Earth again.
Perfect.
You see that?
I'll just copy that and.
Yes.
Like that's in the, somebody's put that on there to fight out.
I'll just copy that and.
Jesse got him with the research flat Earth.
Share that with everyone in the chat here.
So we've been going about what, hour and 15 minutes about?
Yeah, hour and 6.
That looks about right.
Not too bad. I didn't want to make it a big, long 2-hour deal.
Yeah.
Hopefully people might get some ideas based on what they saw tonight. Certainly people who watch this later, will look at the comments.
Well, I'd like to point this out is that, this tool that Walter has built, you can go get an app like Geo++, on your phone. Can you convert that to ECEF, Jesse?
Well, yeah. If you
On your
get that
phone.
Geo++ app, I haven't tested it a whole lot. I tested it a little bit, and I did log some raw data with it. You're actually able to log this Rhinex file that I showed people. Let me get back to that.
And so can Walter's app take a Rhinex file, or does it just take X, Y, and Z coordinates?
No. What's happening is if people, you can do this with an Android phone. You can log this actual these raw observables.
Right.
Now you have to process that data. You've got to resolve these. These are pseudo ranges to the satellites, or cell towers that are 12,000 miles away. I mean, these are actual.
That's a joke, guys. That's a joke.
Yeah. These are actually ranges from transmitters.
Exactly.
And they all intersect somewhere.
Which is why it's so silly whenever they start talking about stuff being on the ground. It's so silly. I mean.
Oh, I know.
We're talking about it recording.
What did you reckon about that? Anybody hear that? Let me do it again.
Tower cells.
Yeah, listen to
these raw observables.
Right.
Now you have to process that data. You've got to resolve these. These are pseudo ranges to the satellites, or cell towers that are 12,000 miles away.
12,000 miles away. So he's doing triangulation from cell towers that are 12,000 miles away, he thinks. And these cell towers supposedly can measure the length of their beam from 12,000 miles away. Fantastic sort of equipment Jesse was driving over the bridge with.
I mean, these are actual.
That's a joke, guys. That's a joke.
Yeah.
It's a
these
joke
are actually ranges from transmitters.
Exactly.
And they all intersect somewhere.
Which is why it's so silly whenever they start talking about stuff being on the ground. It's so silly. I mean.
Oh, I know.
We're talking about it recording distances to objects in three-dimensional space that aren't on the ground.
Right.
What does everybody get from that? Or there's nobody out here. I can't see. He just joked about cell towers on the ground being 12,000 miles away. I think to tell everybody that the cell towers aren't 12,000 miles away, that's ridiculous to imagine that you're doing triangulation to an object 12,000 miles away. It's cell towers, right? Quite easy for cell towers to do that, and they're not 12,000 miles away. But Soundly seems to think that what Jesse was saying there was, it's not cell towers. I heard it differently, but...
And that's the thing, I give you the... there's two things. There's the observation file, which is actually recording the data from the satellites, the range data. And then there's the Keplerian orbital parameters to compute the XYZ positions of the satellites.
Mm-hmm.
This navigation file is not your position. This is to compute the position of the satellites at the instant of transmission.
Right.
Do you hear that?
Yes, position of satellite. Yes.
So
and
this
orbit.
This file is to compute the position of the satellite.
Mm-hmm. This navigation file is not your position. This is to compute the position of the satellites at the instant of transmission.
Right.
At the instant of transmission. Why? Why do you need to know where the satellite is? Thank you very much, Mike. Why are they bothered about this? What? They compute the position of the satellite at the moment of transmission. Yes, it Soundly's questioning. Sounds a bit strange. It'd be like, I suppose, if you were to do old school surveying, it would be like computing the position of your theodolite every time you were to take a measurement. Serves no purpose. Why would you be bothered about computing the position of a satellite when you're surveying a bridge?
So that you can intersect those ranges to come up with your position.
Right.
That's a lot of wording, a lot of gobbledygook, but that's what's happening.
How GPS works. I mean,
that's how it works.
It's a lot of wording and a lot of gobbledygook, but that's how GPS works, right? What you do is you compute the position of the satellite from the data you get. Then you can work out where you are from the computations of the satellites once you've computed the satellites where they are. Is everybody clear on that, right? How Jesse and Downley are going to convince you of how GPS works. Once more.
Data from the satellites
on the ground.
Right. And that's the thing. I give you the, there's two things. There's the observation file, which is actually recording the data from the satellites, the range data. And then there's the Keplerian orbital parameters to compute the XYZ positions of the satellites.
Mm-hmm.
This navigation file is not your position. This is to compute the position of the satellites at the instant of transmission.
Right.
So that you can intersect those ranges to come up with your position.
Right.
That's a lot of wording, a lot of gobbledygook, but that's what's happening.
How GPS works. I mean,
it's hardly surprising they can't get within 10 centimeters if you've got to first off communicate 12,000 miles away where the position of something is, that you can then derive your position from the data set that you've got to start off with. I mean, can you imagine being 10 centimeters off? Whew, that's some accuracy, huh? When you do. Did everybody know that's how GPS works? And you should think your phone's doing that automatically all the time to give you that little dot on your phone. So it's not only your phone, everybody else's phones and everybody's devices that are doing that, are doing these calculations for every satellite that they're doing to work out the positions of all of the satellites where they are. Then you can work out where the position where you are. Technology today.
That's how it works.
Yeah. That's how it works.
So now if you can,
that's how it works.
People, and back to your question, if people want to try this Geo++ app, who has the money to go buy, really expensive GPS equipment, but you can get that app.
And so what's the pipeline for people to go from Geo++, a Rhinex file, to these XYZ values that Walter's model can,
that's what
app can...
We need to explore that in terms of looking for open source availability. There's a thing called RTK lib. Let me look it up. I'll show you this thing called RTK lib.
You want to hear this? I don't know whether
no one's
going
to spend thousands of dollars on GPS software, right? So,
but he's obviously a big program for Walter and these guys.
Just got a super chat for $13.99 from looks like Canadian dollars, from Airline Pilot Research Global Airlines. It says, extraordinary work. A big thank you to Jesse, Soundly, and Walter. And well, thank you, Airline Pilot Research Global Airlines.
This one here may be able to do it. I've played with this. I'm no expert in it, but it is something available that you can download and play with it. And certainly, it has a lot of capability. Let's put it that way. However, it's one of those things that's not very user friendly. It's not like polished software for the end user. but it is all RTK lib. It's an open source package for GNSS positioning. So you may be able to read in those Rhinex files. I think that they are L1 only. I don't think they are dual frequency or multi-frequency. Well, no, it really depends on what your phone is doing. Some of these Android phones are actually pretty capable now. So
Phones?
I don't know. We'll have to look at it.
Yeah, it's gonna be device dependent, obviously.
Yeah. So, but yeah, the pathway is the Rhinex file is just the raw, unprocessed data. If you really are looking for sub-meter positions, you're going to need to post-process that.
Yeah.
Against.
So my what I'm picturing in my head, Jesse, is people driving like Interstate 10 across Florida,
right.
You know, which is going to be pretty much the same elevation the whole way. I mean, it's going to vary within reason, but when you're talking about hundreds of miles, if you can take something like that, and pipeline it into into this app where you can actually see that curvature, and you can have everybody doing that. You know, you don't need a camera. You just all we need is a pipeline. People can download this app, go straight from that, boom, put it into Walter's system, and there you go. You know.
So is everybody on board with this? What you do is you sign up for this app, and then you just drive round, and you can plug it into Walter Bislin's app, and go. That's his globe. You could like turn it yourself. Get that curvature in it. It's a fantastic app. I don't know whether he actually got it uploaded or not, or whether he was too busy on setting up his level curvature calculator. I don't know.
Directly measuring the curvature.
I wouldn't be surprised if, knowing Walter and the way he just program stuff, he might be looking at this right now going, oh, I got to get that.
Yeah, maybe.
All of a sudden, you'll be plugging in Rhinex files to his app and, boom.
Obviously, if we
Walter's
had that kind of pipeline,
a genius.
That would be, to me, it would just be like, okay, that's the
computer
end.
wizardry.
What else is there to do? We've actually directly measured the shape of the Earth, the geometry of the Earth. We've directly touched.
It's directly measured the geometry of the Earth. Fantastic. Soundly did that. He directly measured it with Jesse in his car by driving over a bridge.
The physical surface with a GPS receiver and know where that spot is. Like, at that point, the geometry, and you're not arguing about optics. You're not arguing about lenses being curved and silly things like that.
It will be interesting to see. Maybe interesting is not the word. What is the word? To see what the next reason is. What is it?
What type of perversion they come up with.
Yeah. I mean, you just got to reach really far for something very obscure and strange. It was strange enough to hear me being told that surveying instruments are flawed and produce, bad results. And, then how did they build this causeway? How'd they build this thing level across there for 20 plus miles? I mean,
he's right, isn't he? Like, they built the causeway before GPS. That's worth noting.
Surveying either works or it doesn't. You can't have it both ways.
Definitely works.
And so now we've brought it all together. We've got old school survey that built that causeway using theodolites and levels, and now we've done it with a modern approach using GPS and verified the shape of the bridge.
Not too sure about that. Don't forget, Jesse broke his computer trying to turn it, and Walter Bislin wrote his own program. So I'm not too much sure. I'm not. I don't know. That may be a little bit too much for these guys to have said that, but
I don't know what else there is to say about it right now. And we measured the radius of the Earth.
Exactly.
He didn't measure, but I mean, Jesse Kozlowski, the guy in the video that's pretending to be a surveyor, should know that he doesn't measure things with calculations. I mean, there is a definite difference between calculations and measurement. Jesse Kozlowski seems to not know the difference.
Exactly. So no more presupposing R. We know what R is.
Yes.
Jesse Kozlowski directly measured it, and anybody else can as well.
Yeah.
Anybody else can as well, says Soundly. Jesse, if Jesse can directly measure the radius of the Earth, then anybody else can too. So whoever that was in the chat, who was that? Weatherhelm? Are you there? Yeah, you can do it too. Blue Marble Science, if you're out there. You can also measure the curvature, the radius of the Earth. I think we can get certificates. I directly measured the radius of the Earth using the Kozlowski method. 3 coplanar points. Everybody knows that 3 coplanar points measure a circle or make a circle.
And this is the technique
3D.
for doing it right here. And maybe, Jesse,
3D
it'd be
circles.
worth showing, in detail. Okay, this, maybe a little 2-minute, 3-minute video. You take this data. Here's the chord. This is how we measure the radius.
A chord?
Yeah, I could do that. I could show, the actual. Well, anybody can Google that. Is how do you determine the radius of a circle using 3 points that are on that circle? So.
Oh, did he say 3 points that are on the circle, or 3 points that are 3 coplanar points? I don't know. He did say 3 coplanar points at the beginning. Changed it.
Yeah, I could do that. I could show, the actual. Well, anybody can Google that. Is how do you determine the radius of a circle using 3 points that are on that circle? So, and here we have a huge sample of all these points. We could probably do a linear regression of sampling lots and lots of them to come up with a really good approximation of the radius according to the shape of that bridge. Cutting out the spans, only use the level portions. We would get a very good best fit of where the radius is based upon that structure.
So it's on. Measuring the radius of the Earth with the bridge over Lake Pontchartrain. Jesse Kozlowski. Anyone can do it. Blue Marble's done it.
So
So
just
awesome, Jesse.
Just need more time to play with these things, but
yeah,
it's fun. It's fun.
It's amazing the tools and the innovation that has happened by Walter, and the methods that we've gone about to just demonstrate beyond a shadow of a doubt the Earth is curved. It's so silly to think that we have to do that, and we don't really.
We don't.
But we do it because it's fun. It really is fun. I mean, it's the photography work that I do is really fun. I enjoy it. I'm getting unique photography that no one else has gotten before. Of course, now we have a few people have done it. And Jesse is pursuing his hobby with geodetic surveying.
Yeah.
And so we are having a lot of fun doing it.
Jesse's pursuing his hobby with geodetic surveying.
He said hobby.
He did say hobby, yeah. You're right. Isn't that weird? Do you want to hear it again?
Of course, now we have a few people have done it. And Jesse is pursuing his hobby with geodetic surveying.
Yeah.
And so we are having a lot of fun doing it. But at the same time, I think...
Yeah, Jesse said yeah. Yeah,
He
hobby.
agreed. Yep.
This type of information is something that it's so obvious and so ironclad now, and we've avoided the final hurdle that they like to throw about with the optics. I really hope that everyone in the stream first will like and subscribe to my channel, and second,
me too.
Yeah, and Jesse's channel,
And
go to Walter's blog.
Channel.
And
Absolutely.
Walter has a channel as well too, though he doesn't do very much as far as the flat Earth stuff on there.
Walter's got a YouTube flat Earth stuff.
But
wow,
go like and subscribe, and then also get this information out there. Like, bring people, when you're talking to people on Discord or in chats or in comments, wherever you are, when you're talking to flat earthers, bring them to Walter's blog. Show them how, take screenshots, post it on social media. Show them how we have literally measured. Jesse has literally measured. I have literally photographed, and Walter has literally modeled the curvature of the Earth. They all agree, and that's how we know the Earth is a globe.
Yeah, see, that's how we know. Soundly and Jesse and Walter Bislin all agree that that's how they've measured the curvature of the Earth. So as long as they're done, right? I mean, everything's okay. That's all you need to worry about. Just take their words for it. 3 shadow giants right there. Should be knighted. Given a priesthood, at least.
And that's all there's to it. And that's how we know it can't
ordained.
Be so please share this information.
Ordain these
and
men
you and I have
now.
had this conversation before. We both became aware of flat Earth, jumped in, pretty naively initially.
Right.
I've gone round and round with it, and at this point, I'm thankful for flat Earth because I'm blessed to have a profession that I really enjoy. I've loved surveying since getting out of high school. So I've been doing this a long time and really thought I knew something about it. Well, the research that I've been doing over the past couple of years, I've learned a lot that I just didn't know about. And it's just great. I'm really enjoying it. And if you go on my channel, you'll...
Right, so did you hear that? Did everybody hear that? I'll put it back again, just so you can hear what Jesse Kozlowski says about researching stuff.
And at this point, I'm thankful for flat Earth because I'm blessed to have a profession that I really enjoy. I've loved surveying since getting out of high school. So I've been doing this a long time and really thought I knew something about it. Well, the research that I've been doing over the past couple of years, I've learned a lot that I just didn't know about. And it's just great. I'm really enjoying it. And if you go on my channel, you'll see I did not set out to debunk flat Earth. I was more about, hey, can I do some measurements that will show me what the shape of the Earth is over this short distance, say a mile, or across some water? Hey, let me try it across a lake. I'll use the lake as a level. Exactly. I've done several of these tests, and you can't fake that. I mean, the observations will reveal the truth of the matter, and especially when you repeat them over and over. And I do that when I've gone out on a weekend to do that. I'll spend the day there, and you're observing in the morning from one side, you go over to the other side, again you observe, and then you do it again in the afternoon. These repeated observations agree with each other, to very high reliability. So
he thinks there's a drop in both directions across the water of a lake.
Did you catch what he said about the water?
Yeah.
He said he's going to use the lake as level.
Yeah. And he thinks it drops in both directions. We'll go over that and all of that. So he said the observations can't lie. So in Jesse's eyes, the water level of the lake drops from your position in both directions. And he thinks there's also a massive, great big hump in the middle, measurable from an internal tangent plane. The internal tangent plane, shout out Blue Marble Science, commonly known as a chord line, but I think it's just funny to get into this new geometry, modern day geometry. The different terms. If a shadow giant says it, then that's what you have to go with, right? No matter what it is. And Blue Marble went with the internal tangent plane.
I've done long tests and short tests. I've gone down and met with Larry Scott and really Larry some time. We really need to do it.
Cha-ching! So we've got Jesse, Soundly, George, the guy who may or may not live in Maine, and Larry. Does anybody know anybody else that we're missing? Any other of the regulars? No. No, I don't think there is anybody else, is there? I think that's the guys. Oh, well, Sean G. I don't suppose you can class him part of the crew.
We'll hang out
I don't know where
and
everyone
show
else.
the work we did over the couple of days I was down there on some pretty long lines, 6 miles, 9 miles, 11 miles. And we're planning to do like a 24-mile line. And I mean, really what we're enjoying doing is bringing back old school survey, you know, like
Right.
doing old triangulation, doing solar azimuth observations.
The old school triangulation. Now, Larry Scott, the guy he's talking about there, is the guy that told my son that you measure triangles with more than 180 degrees. Now, I don't know whether that's what Jesse's talking about, old school triangulation. Or I don't know whether the old school triangulation had triangles with 180 degrees.
You forgot a geometer there when your list before.
Who's that?
B-ball.
No, yeah, I'm talking about in this one video.
Oh,
Jesse's
okay.
talked about Soundly, George, Larry Scott, and the guy that may or may not live in Maine. They're the big players, right? The really big players. B-ball can't be considered as you know, like.
Well, he forgot to get a
troll.
story poll, so yeah.
Super troll. He's resigned to just hanging around at Discord, sniffing around channels.
Which
nothing
I used
like
to do
these
them all
guys.
the time in the 80s, but you know, I don't really do it anymore, but I'm going to be doing it. Larry's got a really good method down. He can crank out a solar observation in 5 minutes. Boom. And he's like, you know, and he's a pencil and paper guy, just like gets it all down there. It's awesome. So, no, so like
Larry.
that's
Where
what I'm
is
saying
Larry?
is it's not about
He's gone missing,
debunking
hasn't
flat
he?
Earth anymore as
No,
much as
it's not. It's really not.
It's not
going
about
back,
debunking
reading
flat
about the history, about how we can't come to know the size and shape of the Earth, looking at what they did, and enjoying kind of like, I guess some people like to do reenactments of the Civil War, you know, or they like to do anachronistic medieval stuff. I'm enjoying bringing back some of these older methods and exploring them and trying them and seeing if I can do them. So
Jesse Kozlowski should definitely be wanting to come and talk to us about the realizing Euclid tests, because that's about as basic as we can get. And I know we do use tubes, but you have to imagine that, you know, it's digging a channel or something like that, let's pretend. So basic water levels and geometric tests. It's a shame Jesse Kozlowski's not around anymore. He sounds like the sort of guy that would be want to get involved in the realizing Euclid test, the old school methods, real old school.
It's fun. I'm having a good time with it. It's good.
Yes, I think you know there's a lot to be said about this whole activity. You know, we've all met each other online. Yeah. We've all come together and collaborated on some fun projects. Yep. So, I mean, there is a silver lining to it all.
Mm-hmm. That's why I call it Earth curvature tourism.
Exactly.
Or you've called it
Globe Earth
tourism. Yeah. I mean, Lake Michigan, got to do that. Got to do that circuit around Lake Michigan.
Yes.
I haven't even made a video about it yet, but I did. I went up and did that Long Island Sound from Connecticut looking. I mean, it's like freaking what? It's over 50 miles. It's further than that.
Wow.
And I'm not going to do it tonight, but I need to make a video of that, seeing the Empire State Building and the World Trade Center building sticking up like a little, it looks like a little, just the top of the building sticking up above the water line.
Amazing, right?
You know, I got to do a blink video of that.
You definitely do. You need to get those observations out. Yeah. For sure.
So all good stuff. So you want to call it a night here?
Yeah, let's wrap it up. Stephen Bowman just gave me a $9.99 super chat. Keep up the observations. Keep measuring. Thank you, Stephen. Really appreciate that.
Keep measuring.
So Jesse,
Yeah.
I do want to continue to do globe Earth tourism. Like I said, like you said, I think flat Earth is dead now. It's really no reason even debating them anymore, to be honest. But I do enjoy the photography, and I want to keep doing globe Earth tourism. So we're definitely gonna have to plan something for a year from now.
Absolutely.
I don't know what, but we're gonna have to do something. So I have to keep it in your mind what we're gonna do. Maybe I'll come to you this time, huh?
Yeah, you should come up here, or I think we go meet at Lake Michigan.
Lake Michigan. We could do the circuit around Lake Michigan.
Oh my God, that'll be good.
That would be fun.
That would. All right.
Okay, so before we wrap it up, though, real quick, I did release a video last night of the eclipse.
That'll do. There we go. Thank you very much, Soundly. Thank you very much, Jesse. Anybody interested in any of that sort of stuff? I like the idea of they all came together for doing simple tests and getting things down that they didn't really need to do, but they did anyway. Just their interpretation of what they imagine that they think they did seems a little bit strange. If Jesse was on about how surveyors actually worked in the old days, I'm not too sure why he put a massive, great big hump in the middle of his lake. A 90-foot hump, 28 meters. Oh, is Darren back again? Okay. Well, I don't know whether that had the desired effect. A lot of people, I know we were down on numbers there because it's going to be tough for people to actually take on that sort of idea of the how you deal with this mentally, conceptually. How do you put it together? How do you put the structure of how a bridge works over a lake? And when somebody puts a whizzing great big hump in the middle of it, how do you conceptualize that hump? The guys are a parallelism. Does anybody know what a parallelism is? Parallelism. We've got people making stuff up in the chat. There is Darren. We've got the guys back out again, so I think I'm going to end it. It's been tough, and soon we will look at some more of the surveying things. Hopefully we're going to end up with some of George's stuff. Now, these things need to be finished off before we can start our next project. So we're going to be going over a lot of this surveying stuff to try and let people know why we've been doing Euclidean geometry and the relationship between Euclidean geometry and this practical surveying in reality, and what the link between the two of them is. We have done the Realizing Euclid test, hoping more people will come to the realization of what Euclid and Euclidean geometry, the elements, actually is over the next few weeks. But I mean, it's not for everybody. So if you don't get it, if you don't understand it, then that's fine. Maybe this isn't for you, and the geometry sort of thing. Maybe not. But stick with it. It's pretty simple. Half of the problems are caused by it being so simple and people overthinking something that you don't actually need to overthink at all. Okay. So no doubt we're going to be going on in the live chat. We've got some special people. We've got some special guests in the chat. So if you want to come and experience the sophistry of our special guests that we have come in to do that, come on into the Discord, click the link, join in, have a conversation. Let's talk about this stuff. Anybody else? Final words? Or not? Logos. Okay, thank you very much for joining. Join us tomorrow. It is Trivium Day tomorrow. Probably more of the same. See you later.
It's the echo in your brain. You know you can't sustain the misconceptions in your mind. One day you'll see for sure what all of this was for. Then you can leave it all behind. The journey begins. I am the one here that will show the proof. I am the one here that is searching for the truth. I am the whispers of the logic in your mind. I am an agent of the Logos. In the beginning was found this thing that cannot speak. It's how we all truly learn. It's only ever attained when one lets go of fear. So don't let wisdom pass you by. The journey begins. I am the one here that will show the proof. I am the one here that is searching for the truth. I am the whispers of the logic in your mind. I am an agent of the Logos. It was there all along. How could I never have seen this thing that's danced all around? It wasn't until I left behind the things I believed that I could see things so clear. The journey begins. Become the one here that will show the proof. Become the one here that is searching for the truth. Become the whispers of the logic in their mind. Become an agent of the Logos. Become an agent of the Logos. We are the agents of the Logos.